Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Y'all drop a 12,000 in the chat if we can be heard. Credit gang still cooking, baby. Open chop session. Me and Nee gonna talk about a few various topics, you feel me? Get right to it. Y'all drop a vortex or a 12,000 in the chat if I can be heard. CGG still cooking. Nee, I don't know, man, shit. 12,000, I can be heard, big dog. That's what's up. Shout out to the brother Tyrone Moore in the building. Stand up. Y'all like to hit the like button, share button, wipe your feet off at the door. Gang in the building, baby. My brother Jabril in the building. What's the word out? Number love, Aki, you already know. I'm just trying to get Nee on her to make sure he can be heard too. We're gonna talk about various topics. Nehemiah finally got his channel back. Nehemiah finally got his channel back. I'm like, man, you might as well get on this deal and get it cracking. So wait, Nee, if you can hear us, brother, or if you can hear me, go ahead and tap on in and do a sound check. Do a sound check for your brother. We got various topics on the table. You dig? You hit the like button, share button, subscribe button. All praises to the creator, the God maker, the maker of suns, moons, and stars. Always was, is, and never shall be, the mighty and great spirit, the mighty and great I am. It's your little brother Malaki Macabee, megaton, 1,000,000 tons of light bombing. Got OG Nehemiah with me too. Hopefully we can work out some sound situations, you know what I mean? Shout out to Bishop X, FG Oh, Daisy. Y'all send this on out. Yeah. Supposed to have a little chop session later on today, y'all. I think with some Christian brothers. That's what's up, man. Sit on down and get some understanding. You dig? So shit, we gonna rock this until it's time for that. Go over there, do that too. Put that pain in. That pain in. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. CGG. Nee, I need to get you on the line. I need to get you on the line. Tap in.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. And I say, let me get a 9 if I can be heard, y'all. Let me get a 9 if I can be heard.
Yeah, I can definitely hear you. Can you hear me, Nee?
If I can be heard, let me get a 9, y'all. I got a 9 from Malaki. You can go on see him talking.
I can't hear you. I mean,
he 1,200. All right. Bronze. All right. Got a 9 from my brother. No, I can't hear you, man. I can't hear you at all, bro. I don't even see the little vibrational icon around your.
Yo.
Hey, look. Well, I'm gonna go back out and come back in. We go out, come back in. I'm gonna leave the studio and then I'm gonna come back.
All right, cool. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Yeah, at least you gotta be able to hear me too, Nee. I see Elijah in the building. Tyrone Moore, Bishop X, Jabril. We got the Bronze Yoke in the building. What's the word, Bronze? What's the word, Bronze? Y'all already know. Love and light, man. Here, I'm gonna share this with y'all while we work on these situations real quick. You dig? Y'all already know with us, highly controversial. And we still cooking. Still cooking. They can't deal with the gang, man. The gang is something different. A whole nother force. You dig? That's because, you know, hey, we know creator. That's just what it is. All right, let me go ahead and share this real quick. We got to get this situation together with Nehemiah and me. We got to be able to hear each other for sure. So we don't talk about it. And Nehemiah just got his channel back too. So the fair use for entertainment purposes only. Entertainment purposes only. Fair use for anybody that's out there with their panties in a bunch about us using some of this stuff just for educational purposes. All right. All right. I don't want to be trying to hate on a brother. All right, right here. All right, this is Bart Ehrman. You know, he's supposed to be some type of scholar or whatever. New Testament scholar, to be honest with you. Been putting in that pain for a minute. All right, so his top 3 favorite New Testament contradictions. I found that kind of interesting. I was like, let me listen to this real quick. A little taste.
We are Myth Vision.
Fair use. Y'all go over there, subscribe. And we have some content over there. Let's go.
Welcome back to Myth Vision Podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing I want you to do, go down in the description, check out the upcoming webinar on the nativity of Jesus Christ. Is it fact? Is it myth? Is it legend? Did it really happen? What's going on? All of this will be covered. There's going to be an all-day webinar with Dr. Bart D. Ehrman. And ladies and gentlemen, the myth, the legend himself is here joining me today. How are you doing?
Doing well, thanks. Yeah, doing well. Looking forward to this webinar. It's going to be an all-day affair. 4 lectures with Q&A after each one. All day, December 5th, on what did the Christmas story really happen? Oh my God, it's really going to be really interesting.
I'll be honest, as a kid, I really enjoyed Santa coming more than I did the Jesus birth. But either way, I mean, not being funny, I'm dead serious. Like, wasn't that serious of a religious household growing up? But Dr. Ehrman, I'm going to do a little spin here because I think it's related to the topic, but I don't want to give away too many goodies. I want everybody to go and join us at the webinar to get their Christmas present from Santa Claus. And there you go. So I want to talk about 3 to 5 of your favorite contradictions. They're all subjective. This is your decision, and we'll just start with one and work from there. I'd like to pick 3 to 5 major contradictions in the New Testament that you really enjoy.
Okay, I'll tell you, first one I'll tell you is the one that made me realize that that the Bible's not inerrant. If people have read my stuff, they might have heard this one. But in Mark chapter 2, so let me just say, you know, I was a fundamentalist. I thought there was no mistakes in the Bible of any kind, no contradictions. I could explain anything. And so, like fundamentalists today still can. And so, in Mark chapter 2, Jesus' disciples are going through the fields of grain. It's a Sabbath. They're hungry. They peel off some grain. They start eating it. And the Pharisees see them doing it. I guess Pharisees are in every corner in Galilee watching to see if people are eating grain on the Sabbath. They're doing it, and the Pharisees get really upset. And they say, Jesus, your disciples are harvesting grain on the Sabbath. You can't do that. And tell them to stop. And Jesus says, look, don't you remember what King David did when Abiathar was the high priest? He went into the temple and ate the showbread with his people, with his men, because they were hungry, even though only the priests are supposed to eat it. Sabbath was made for humans, not humans for the Sabbath. And so you have this story. So I had this class at Princeton Seminary, a Greek interpretation of Mark. My first semester is like we studied Mark in Greek, and at the end we had to write a term paper. I wrote a term paper on this passage because this passage says that this took place in the Old Testament when Abiathar was the high priest. But the Old Testament says that it took place when Ahimelech was the high priest, Abiathar's father. So I wrote a 30-page paper arguing that, in fact, even though it says that Abiathar was the high priest, it means that Ahimelech was the high priest. It's a very complicated argument, and with the grammar of the Greek and style, I already, so 30 pages later, boom, it really was Ahimelech, and Jesus knew it. So at the end, my teacher was very pious and very devout Christian, but he wasn't a fundamentalist, but he was a very devout Christian. And he liked my paper, gave me an A on the paper. But then at the bottom, he said, maybe Mark just made a mistake. And I thought, that would be easier than a 30-page paper that's dancing around the problem. Yeah, okay. So once I realized that, it opened the floodgate. After that, I started finding all sorts of contradictions. And the thing is that sometimes they're big and sometimes they're little. But if somebody's a fundamentalist, the big ones don't bother you because you can explain those away. Those are easy. It's the little ones that you think, oh, God, how do you do that? For example, here's another favorite one of mine. In the Gospel of Mark, I think it's chapter 5, there's a man who's a leader of a synagogue whose daughter has gotten sick. And he comes up to Jesus and he says to Jesus, my daughter's sick, and could you come heal her because she's going to die? And Jesus says, okay. So Jesus starts going to his house, and before he can get there, he gets interrupted. Another thing happens. Somebody bothers, and he has to deal with this other thing. And by this time, the man's daughter's died. So he gets there, and it's too late. She's dead. I'm too late. Jesus says, don't worry about it. I'll heal her. And so he goes into the room. She's dead. And he raises her from the dead. That's Mark's gospel. Matthew's gospel says that what happened is, this guy's name was Jairus, by the way. His name was Jairus. So this is the story of Jairus' daughter, Jairus. And so in Matthew, it says, this man Jairus comes up to Jesus and he says, my daughter has just died. Can you do anything about it? In Mark's gospel, she wasn't dead yet. The whole point is she wasn't dead yet. But right. In Matthew, she comes up, my daughter died. Can you do? So Jesus goes and he raises her from the dead. Okay, but it's like, which was it? It couldn't be both. So when I was a graduate student, I started to leave my view of the inerrancy of the Bible, that it was infallible. And we had a visiting scholar from Scandinavia, who was a very famous scholar, who thought, he had these ideas about things, and who thought that there weren't mistakes in the New Testament. So I said, okay, so you got with the story of Jairus, like she's sick and then she dies, and the other one, she's dead ahead of time. So I said, which is it? And he said to me, it happened twice. The first time it happened, the girl was sick and then she died. And later, like in a later episode, she died again. And she went, oh my God, are you serious?
Oh, man.
And so I'll give you, the third instance I'll give you is one that I just recently I thought was really, really quite good. A year and a half ago, right before COVID hit, in February 2020, I was in Chicago at a Christian apologists conference. So as you know, Christian apologists are defenders of the faith. They're conservative evangelicals or fundamentalists who think that, that they can defend everything in the faith, that it's all logical, makes sense, and they can argue for it. This conference was on whether the Bible's contradictions in it or not, whether the Gospels have contradictions. They had 3 speakers there who were all very conservative evangelical apologists. And they had me because they wanted to hear another side of the story. And, they wanted to see what they were up against. And so I went. I wasn't sure what was going to happen. This may not be good, but it was great. I had a great time. They were really nice. They were pleasant. We had jokes. We laughed. And there were a group of students there from Moody Bible Institute, where I had gone out of high school. So I was a graduate when I was a fundamentalist. And so I said, oh my God, let's have lunch together. They said, yeah, great. So we had lunch and it was great. We told stories. It was a great time. But so we're having this thing, and I lay out the argument why there are contradictions, and these other guys are saying, yeah, no, they aren't contradictions. And, Michael Licona was one of the presenters there, who's one of the leading apologists today. He's a serious guy, and he has a PhD in New Testament studies, and so but he's written books defending the Christian faith, including why you have these seem to have discrepancies in the Gospels. His view is that you do have these differences in the Gospels, but it's because the Gospel writers are following standard protocols for how you write biographies in the ancient world. So authors like Plutarch, for example, will write a biography, and he takes certain licenses and he does things in a certain way because it's just how you do a biography. And so Matthew, Mark, and Luke, John, they wrote biographies. So, they're just following the biographers do things. And so in places it looks like you have discrepancies. So we give our talks, and Mike does his thing, I do my thing. And afterwards, the moderator gets up, who's also a conservative evangelical, and he says, okay, so the four of you, I've got a question. I want you all to answer this. In Mark's gospel, Jesus sends out the disciples on his mission during his ministry to go out and heal the sick and cast out demons. And he says to them, don't take a backpack, don't take extra sandals, don't take any money, don't take a staff, just go. And so there you go. In Matthew's gospel, same episode, Jesus sends them out, go heal the sick, raise the dead, or cast out demons, and don't take a backpack, don't take extra sandals, don't take any extra money, and take a staff. Just the opposite of what Mark says.
Mm-hmm.
So the moderator says, okay, which did Jesus say? And I said, well, he probably said neither, because I don't think it's historical. I said, but I said, Mark's the earlier one. So when Mark says don't take a staff, Matt says he did take a staff. It's a contradiction. And he asked the other two. The other two kind of reconcile. They hemmed and hawed and come figure out some way. Oh, maybe it happened twice, or so they kind of thing. Yeah. You got to Licona. Mike Licona says, well, Mark is right. He said what Mark says. Don't take a staff. Okay. And then the moderator says, okay, to everybody, do you think Matthew's account is inerrant? I said, no. The other two said, yes. And Licona says, yes, it's inerrant. I said, Mike, you just said that Matthew contradicts Mark. It's the opposite of what Mark says. Mark says, don't take a staff. Matthew says, take a staff. And that's the opposite. So, but now you're saying it's not an error. And I said, what would it be an error if a contradiction's not an error? He said, well, but Matthew meant to change it because he's following the protocols of writing biographers. So he knew what he was doing, so he changed it. Said, look, Mike, it doesn't matter if he meant to do it. Some people mean to lie. But just because they mean to lie doesn't mean it's not a lie. If you mean to make a contradiction, it's still a contradiction. Yeah,
how would that work if you walked in the door and your wife at 3 a.m. goes, "Where were you?" I was not at the strip club.
Yeah,
or, like.
Oh, no, I was in bed with you.
I was in bed.
What? No, but it's not a contradiction because I know it wasn't right. So those are three of my favorites.
Those are the three. Hey, that's legendary. Dr. Bart D. Ehrman, thank you so much. This has been fun. I hope you enjoyed those three contradictions. And do not forget to go to the webinar December the 5th. All-day event. Sign up now in the affiliate link down in the description. You'll get a discount if you do. Trust me, that's the way to go. And look, I look forward to seeing you guys for Christmas because I can't wait to celebrate the mythological birth of Jesus. How about you guys?
We will see some contradictions.
Thank you so much.
Okay, my pleasure. Thank you.
Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Nehemiah, please tell me you can hear me, brother. Please tell me you can hear me. If I can be heard, y'all drop a 7,000 in the chat.
He broke. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, sir. We good to rock, baby.
Back for the side or the tag team duo back again.
Back for the whole thing, man. Back for the whole thing. Well, look, y'all see the topic. Turn this down a little taste.
Boy, the one twin powers are activated.
Man. All praise to the creator, the maker of suns, moons, and stars. It's your little brother, your brother Malaki Macabee. I got my esteemed brethren with me today. Express yourself, big homie.
Kanban, Mitch Paka. What it do, family? It's always great to be in the building with y'all, boy. It's been a long time coming, boy. I am back.
Yes, sir,
Boy,
man.
it's been a decade this channel been down. Boy, I had to do a lot of appeals, boy, but they finally let me come back.
Man, that's wild. So you saying this channel right here, and did you? And let me ask you something. You already dropped it in the chat your channel, the link to go to. Y'all go over there and subscribe, like, and share that OG Nehemiah profile. You know what I mean? It's been well over a decade. Channel been gone for a minute, but he kept fighting for it, and they finally gave it back to him. 47,000 subscribers on that deal. You dig? I'm like,
it was over 100, bro. But shit, I mean, you know, I take 47. You know, we'll build it back up.
Yeah.
We kingdom building around here.
Around these parts, you dig? So y'all go over there, make sure y'all support the big homie. He gonna be doing a lot of reaction videos. You know, highly controversial brother, right here. You dig? But got a very, very great and excellent heart. You know, when it comes to this, the love he has for his people, love he has for his creator, his maker. You know what I mean? And you know, an excellent brother to have on your squad. Nehemiah, I got various topics up on the table, brother. You know what I mean? It's a lot to talk about. I forgot to tell y'all missed the rapture again yesterday.
Man, I knew I wasn't worthy to go with Jeebus.
I am 1,000,000,000% sure, brother.
I wasn't worthy on the Gregorian calendar, the Julian calendar, the Enoch calendar. I'm not worthy on none of them calendars.
All the Enoch calendar, brothers and sisters. Boy, you better go in the hide, little Joshua, Michaela, whatever the hell your name is, boy. You better be low running. You better put a wig on somewhere, boy, and try to hightail about it there under the veil of night. Because I'm telling you, you bump into the wrong brood, you're going to be a victim of a brick pile, boy. How dare you set 3 dates in 3 weeks? And got the nerve to say, I asked God this question. You gave me your word. Why did you not even rapture the church?
Hey, boy.
I say,
the
boy,
heavenly secretaries that made mistake and grammatical errors.
Man, bro, I'm trying to tell you. I was trying to figure out like who in the hell was you know what I mean, dumb as a rock to even fall for this madness. You know what I mean? Like, how do you even fall? You gave me your word. You told me to speak to the people. You talk with me face to face. This weird ass dude, man. And then so yesterday came and went. October the 17th was his last and final date. He won't be date setting from here on for the foreseeable future. You dig? So, you know, what the last couple videos been about, you know, making a mockery of that. So we really ain't got to dive into that. What else going on the home front, Nehemiah? Talk to me.
Hey, man, you know, I had a young brother call me, man, from the old days, wanted some of the old school music, you know, living in the scandalous from old, you know, our OG brother Raw called, man, the Most High bless his memory.
The best to ever do it, boys.
You know,
yeah,
one of the brothers that actually brought Mally into the truth. Talk about it, Mally.
Yes, rise and power, my esteemed comrade, my brother, man. Raw Cocker boy. You dig? The best to ever do it. Curtis Hill. Mouthful of goals, too, boy. Boy, a mouthful of goals, boy. Man, listen to me, man. That bruh screamed on a whole hour. Just folks that was just, I guess, in his way. I guess he overheard them talking about Jesus or Yahshua or something. He just roared on them, and I was like, and he knew my cousins and them out the streets, so I was surprised that he was even talking on anything spiritual. Yeah, I pulled him aside like, bro, what you doing, boy? You just nigga blew on them people in that aisle. He's like, man, look, I teach a class on the Sabbath. You know what I mean? He was saying it was Saturday. You know what I mean? Jesus black. Of course, I knew that. You you know, he just, man, come check us out. You know what I mean? We Israelites. Yeah, so. And on one of his many talents wasn't just teaching. The brother was cold at that dribble on that court, that peel. You feel me? He was cold with that basketball, man, and he was cold with the rapping. You know what I mean? I got to give my brother his flowers, man. Even look, I gave it to him even when he was alive. I was with him the last 24 hours of his life. You know what I mean? He passed in 2010. Yeah, because we had went to my cousin's funeral together. You dig? And then he passed a couple months later during the Feast of Tabernacles. Yep, during the feast, that whole little week from the trumpets to the atonement to the tabernacles, during that whole setup is when HARDCOVER, my brother, the best to ever do it. You know what I mean? Brother who actually enlightened me when it came down to, you know what I mean, this whole Israelite thing, man. So definitely much salute. Big salute to my bro. And, you know, hey, whenever we embrace again, boy, it's going to be even more marvelous.
Will be firecracker sounds, boy. It's going to be cannon sounds.
Yes. Yes, sir, brother. All right, so you get a call from a brethren of ours.
Yeah, our old young brother, Jakata, or known as Kaim, he go by both of those names. Look, we cast the devil out that brother before. You hear me?
Yeah.
Brother here, right? He called mocking, right? He just called me while I'm on the phone, while I'm on here with y'all, right? I said, bro, chime in. You hear me? I asked the brother, how was the feast of Molech? How was the tabernacle of Molech and Shium?
Oh, okay. So you starting a fight. You starting something today.
No. He called so. Hey, look, it's still the blood of Jesus over here banging against the old Osby. I said, it's okay, brother. I ain't mad at you. You hear me? Because even old Osby, listen, it tells you in old Osby, bro. Look, judge every book. It's okay, little brother. You all right? You okay? You okay?
That's okay. Yeah, that's probably what he really was calling about, though. But all right, so okay. So what he's saying, because you already know, I done personally called out everybody around St. Louis to the flow to discuss whatever it may be in the 110 Nazarene edition, 110 Nazarene edition,
none of them stepped up.
110 Nazarene editions later, and plenty of, you know, debates and hot seats and interviews, and we didn't hit every platform. Hey, man, the gang cooking. The gang is the force to be reckoned with, man. Create a gang. It's just the truth. You know what I mean? Now, a lot of people may not like that, but I mean, hey, the proof's right in the pudding. Shout out to Cosmo and Cal, man. He just cooked the cat over there at the Titans debate league. I'm talking about booked them.
Ooh,
Booked them. It wasn't even. He look, even the polls. Cal even won it in the polls. Book cook. Like, I'm talking about, it was so quick. It was like, dang. It was easy work. And that's what I'm saying. Is like the bros over this way prepare. You know what I mean? On a level that's like frightening. Like, if you ain't ready for that type of onslaught, if you ain't ready for that type of onslaught, and me knowing, you know, where a majority of my bros at, that type of onslaught you ain't been prepped for. You've heard the phrase before, it's above your pay grade. And, you know, that ain't saying nothing to brag. It's just the truth. It's like the next level of light is so much higher to where it really ain't even nothing to argue about. You know what I mean? But I mean, what's up? What you want to do? You want to hit some scriptures on the topic? Let's talk about it. So let's talk about the wilderness and all that, man. According to the Bible, like, you know, we can go into the Bible too. We swim over there too. That ain't no problem. Let's pull the scriptures up, man.
Hey, look, let's go ahead and hit it, man.
Yeah, let's pull the scriptures up. Little taste, you dig? And then, you know, you
want to share the screen, bro, and I read, or how you want to do it?
Yeah, I'm about to. You got a Bible app pulled up already?
I don't, not on the computer.
Yeah, I got one pulling up now, so I'm just about to share the screen real quick. And then, yeah, you're more than welcome to read, edify, whatever. You know, we make it happen. It ain't nothing but a conversation, though.
That's all, bro. Ain't nothing.
I'm finna go. We finna go talk to supposed to be some Christian brothers in a couple hours, 4, 5 hours or something like that. Finna see what they talking about. You know what I mean? Easy money though. All right, so I'm finna share the screen real quick. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I see y'all. CGG still cooking. Gang is in this thing. Shout out to the 4 horsemen, man. My brothers Daryl Cosmon Cal, the Cloud Kicker, and my brothers T-La Shalom, man. May the Creator continue to cover over us as we, wage the highest form of spiritual warfare in existence at this moment. Make no mistake about it. You dig? All right, so where you want to go first, man? Where you want to go?
Look, let's give them that Psalms 95. No, you know what?
Psalm 95.
Yeah, give them Psalms 95. But while Mally putting that Psalms 95, but let me set the stage, right? So we all know in the Bible there was always a war between the priest and the prophets, right? We know this. The question is, if the priests are the officiants of the office of the Creator, supposedly, and then you have the prophets, which are the mouthpiece of the Creator, why was one office killing the other office? Even up to the time of the Messiah, according to the biblical narrative, right? Why even the Messiah said, ye are the people that killed the prophets. So somebody ain't serving the Creator.
That's an excellent point. So you talking about in Matthew 23 when Yahshua went off on the scribes and the Pharisees, and he was calling them hypocrites. And then he was like, you build a sepulcher of the prophets, but you bear witness that you are the children of those who killed them. So if the prophets, who are the mouthpiece, they hear directly from spirit. If the prophets are being hunted and killed by the people they are sent to prophesy to, then which one is on the Creator side? Is it the prophet who's being killed? Or is it the people who's killing the prophets? It's very elementary. Go ahead. I just wanted to add that to it. Go ahead, talk to me.
No, bro. Actually, bro, welcome all that. You know what I'm talking about? It needs to be talked about.
Facts.
You feel me? Because somebody ain't working for the Creator. You catch what I'm saying? Even up to the point where the Messiah said, nobody has seen his face nor heard his voice, but y'all claimed y'all heard his voice. Right? That's what they claim in the Torah, right? So my whole thing is, when you get to the prophets, and we're going to go there next, I don't want to spoil it until we get there, we're going to see that something is terribly, terribly wrong. So Mally finna pull up, and we're going to hear from the king of Israel, right? The one that came right after Saul, the one that was anointed, the one that this Messiah we talking about, who came out of the bloodline. Let me know when you got that, Mally, and go ahead and bust it open. If you want to put it on the screen, I'll read it.
You can't see that on the screen?
My bad, bro. I was on another page. I was.
I'm gonna say we got a problem. You can't see that.
Be quiet, brother. Shut up.
I'm thinking
Psalms 95 and 7.
Saying something wrong. So
that was a Nehemiah thing, brother. It wasn't a you thing. It was a me thing.
Hold on. Let me.
And you will hear me and Mally always do the big brother, little brother thing because we brothers.
Yeah, you're right.
All right. So Psalms 95. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart, as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me to prove me and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this nation, with this generation. And I said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my way.
Hey, so look, pause right there if you can. Right. That verse 10,
That's powerful.
put the nail in the coffin with that, because it gives a time frame. Now, 40 years, according to what the Bible is saying, the biblical narrative, 40 years, y'all, is the amount of time that Israel walked in a circle in the wilderness. Now, he gives a time length of how long this grievance that he had with these Israelites was, and it was the entire 40 years they was in the wilderness.
Not 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, but how long?
The entire 40. Now, watch this. He goes on to say that it is a people that do err in their heart, meaning your mind jacked up, right? And then it says, and they have not known my ways. So the question on the table is this, family. This is the question that's on the table. If Israel was in the wilderness an entirety of 40 years walking in a circle, they have been labeled that by their God, that they are people who err in their minds. These niggas is hard-headed, right? And it says, and they have not known my ways. So whose ways did you know the entire 40 years you was in the wilderness making your God mad? Whose ways were you learning and knowing? Because you wasn't just in the wilderness skipping to my loo and whistling. No. You were doing all type of things that we read about in Leviticus, including feast days.
Ooh-wee.
Whose ways did you know if you didn't know God's ways? Because you were up under a 40-year grievance the entirety of the wilderness. Now, Nehemiah, last time I checked, is Psalms 95 Bible, brother. Psalms 95 Bible. That's Bible. That's Bible. That ain't,
ain't no waspy, is it?
Niggas scared of a waspy in Nazarene literatures and Nazarene acts, and you scared of the higher life, but we in Bible. We got, like I said, we swim over there too. No need to put it down.
I just told him, brother. Come over here. We'll swim in shallow with you.
Yeah, so we swim over there too. That's easy work. All right, now look. So the question again: if for the entirety of 40 years Israel was up under a grievance by their God as a people who can't get right, a people who have not known his ways, or whose ways were they learning for the entirety of 40 years that God was angry at them? Let's see if y'all been listening. Y'all put the answer in the chat. What verse 11 say, Nee?
Unto whom I swore in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest.
Now I can hear the Millie Mouth Negro now, like, oh well, that's just one precept, and no, because the Lord gave it to us, and see, this is the thing we've been trying to tell y'all. If you slow down and read and be honest with yourself, the Bible is against itself. Everybody that reads the Bible picks and chooses. Because I be hearing people say that now, like, y'all picking and choosing. Obviously, because everyone does. You can't pick a topic in the Bible that don't have you know what I mean, opposite understandings on different sides of the fence or opposite sides of the aisle. You're gonna have to pick and choose which story you believe. Look, you just heard the white boys on here talking about the discrepancies, the small discrepancies in the New Testament. You see what I'm saying? So eventually, if you read it, you're gonna have to pick which story it is you're gonna roll with. Are you gonna go with the man and woman was made at the same time on day 6 in Genesis 1:26? Or you gonna go with he put Adam to sleep and took a rib about him? Which creation story you gonna go with? You gonna go with when David tempted Israel to number Israel, it was Satan that did it, or was it the Lord that put the inspiration? Which one you going with? When was Jesus or Yahshua born? Was it during the days of Herod, or was it when Cyrenius was governor over Syria? But they're not the same time periods. Which one you gonna go with? Everybody that read the Bible picks and chooses which way they gonna roll with it, polygyny or monogamy. Which one you gonna roll with? You see? So let's get an answer. Let's get an answer. Where you want to go to next, my esteemed colleague? Where you want to go next?
Hey, my brother, can you please take me to Amos chapter 5?
Oh, my brother, I absolutely can at breakneck speed. Everybody that read the Bible picks and chooses what it is they want to believe and stand on. Period. Point blank.
And while he's going to Amos chapter 5, and we're going to start probably around 25. And the reason why we're going there, right, is because understand that when we came out the wilderness, and we came out of Egypt, right, and we was led into the wilderness, that we just read the king of Israel. I took you to the king first, right? Because Mally talked about the showbread situation, right? That the Messiah, but David did it too. And the Messiah came out the bloodline of David. So that's why I took you to the king, right? Because the king wasn't in contradiction with the prophet, not this king. Saul was, but not David, right? David was anointed, right? So follow this. Check this out. When we came out of Egypt, we went into the wilderness while Moses was up getting the commandments, right? Guess what Aaron did? We know the biblical narrative. What did he do?
He made the golden calf.
He made the golden calf. Can we get a 1 if we agree that Aaron, who all the high priests had to be out of the bloodline of Aaron? This is what I'm telling y'all. Can we get a 1 if we agree that Aaron is the bloodline that all the high priests had to come out of? He the one who made the golden calf. So our high priest started off with idolatry. Wow. And this is the man that we supposed to have officiate the creator. Made sense why they killed the prophets. Made sense why their bloodline killed the prophets, didn't it? Men don't like to be checked on their wickedness, bro.
Look at this.
Everybody might be in sleep mode, so we'll leave the 1 alone.
Look at this verse. Amos 5. Start at verse 21. Look at that right there. Good Lord.
Boy, look. Ooh. Hey, man, that was a cold call right there, boy. I was going to go too far down.
Yeah, you about to go down whatchamacallit. Yeah.
I was going for the jugular. You said, go up a few. This is what we're talking about. Hey, look. Amos, right? A prophet. He said, I despise your feast days. I will not smell in your solemn assemblies.
This is supposed to be the God of Israel talking through his prophet Amos. I'm saying this is Bible. Like we ain't even, everybody's scared of everything else. We can deal in Bible and still it's a problem. That's the whole point. And that's the elephant in the room that nobody want to address. It's a problem. It's a problem in these streets dealing with the scriptures. And it's a high level of spiritual warfare going on. Because why, if the feast days are given by the God of Israel in Leviticus, why is he saying right here that he hates them? Why is he saying he hates them? Why the feast? Why wouldn't it be, well, brother, you know, it's because of our conduct, the way we acted. Why don't he hate you niggas? If his feast days were given, you know what I mean, by him and ordained by him, what would make him say, I hate your feast days?
Uh-oh.
Regardless of how you acting, okay, he can be hateful towards you niggas then. Not what he ordained to be righteous and holy and great. But right here through Amos, he's saying, I hate them. I despise them. And I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. This is Bible. So what I'm saying, if you want to come have a conversation with the gang, you ain't got to mock. You ain't got to try to call brothers, on the slide or the slick. No, get on the flow. Get on the flow, because look, regardless if you understand what we saying or not, this Bible ain't going nowhere. Bible ain't going nowhere. You see? What else it say, my brother? Dang.
Hey, look, I got to read that again.
Mm-hmm.
I hate. I despise. Hold on. We got to be very careful at this next word. I despise your feast days, not my feast days. Ooh, 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 ooh. Maddie, are you hearing what I just read?
Mm-hmm.
I despise your feast days. He didn't say mine.
Mm.
I despise your feast days. And I will not smell in your solemn assemblies.
Mm.
He ain't claiming them as I gave it to you. Boy, what did we just observe? I'm going to let that resonate. I'm going to read the next verse. Though ye offer me burnt offerings and your, not mine, your meat offerings, I will not accept them.
Bag drop.
Oh, bag drop. Woo!
See,
neither will I regard the peace offerings of your fat beasts. And people don't understand that the meat that you get and you eat is a offering, and it's a peace offering, but they are unstudied, they are unlearned, and they are what? Meat sacrificed to devils.
23. Look what else he said.
Take thou away from me the noise of thy songs.
All the singing and dancing, all the singing and dancing you doing all of it, it's irrelevant. See, once you understand, it hit different once you understand the Creator never required nor ordained blood sacrifice.
Bro, that's what it's in the Bible. We're reading it right now.
Once you understand that, then you feel me, you can't be deceived by various passages that may seem as if it's promoting that. You can't even be deceived. You're like, oh, okay, I see the game that's being played. You see? Now he's telling you to what? Take away from me the noise of your song. He don't even want to hear you niggas singing about none of this.
Hey, bro,
I don't want to
hear it so clearly now.
Yeah.
You feel me? He called it your feast, your peace offerings, your solemn assemblies, your, you know what I'm talking about? That's your stuff. I ain't get that to you. That's yours.
Look at this.
And by the way, take away the songs and all that you're trying to offer me for that stuff. I don't want none of that.
All your praise music is
bad.
Yeah, take all that.
All your Kirk Stanklins and all that. Take all that away, bro. I don't want none of that. That's all you. Let's read. But watch this. Why you think you singing high praises, but let judgment run down as water and righteousness as a mighty stream? This is why the priests wanted to kill the prophets. Boy, here it go right here, Malaki. Look, here it go. Have ye offered unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness for 40 years, O house of Israel?
That's your question is right there. Now remember, we read in Psalms 95 that for 40 long years, this people erred and was under a grievance from their God. 40 entire long years. Then he goes on to say that this people forever errors in their mind when it comes to me, and they have not known my ways. Now, hold on. 40 long years, you in the wilderness. You have not known his ways. That's in the Psalms. That's David, King David,
That's
right?
the king of Israel.
Go over to Amos, a prophet of Israel. He asked a very important question. Who you niggas been sacrificing to for 40 years in this wilderness, carrying this tabernacle around?
And bro,
Who
and
you been getting your kneecaps dusty to for 14 years, carrying this tabernacle around? Go ahead, Nick.
And bro, and he said that's your feast, not mine. Your solemn assemblies, not mine. Your songs, not mine.
And I know it be seeming.
But ye have borne the tabernacle. What was this feast that just passed? Sukkot. All that stuff you built. Ye have borne the tabernacle of your Molech. We got names. We got receipts. Go ahead and pull it up, Matt. I like where you going with this, brother. Go ahead, break it down. Break it down.
Now you
give
remember.
Give me a breakdown of the names, bro.
I got you. You remember.
Boy, I love where you at, boy. Hey, boy. We be tag teaming, brother.
Yeah, I got you. Watch this right here. Now you remember he just asked a question. He just asked a question. Now we're gonna go to a different version of the Bible. Okay? Just in case the old English, the old Victorian style of English, you know what I mean, got you short-circuited. This is the very same two verses. Amos 5:25 and 26. Was it to me? Was it to me you were bringing sacrifices and offerings during the 40 years in the wilderness, Israel? No. 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 You served. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's go back. We think it's a game. What you think we playing? You think we playing? Oh man, Malaki, y'all just making that up, brother. Poor exegete. All this madness y'all be talking, man. We not trying to hear none of that. Watch this. Watch this. I ain't letting you get away from me. Sit your ass still. Right here. Nah, I'm not hearing none of that. Was it to me you were bringing sacrifices and offerings during the 40 years in the wilderness, Israel? That's a question. This is a question that the God of Israel is asking through his mouthpiece Amos. The answer is no. You served your pagan gods. Sakuth, hold on. The Feast of Tabernacles is the Feast of Sukkot. It's the Feast of Sukkot. Tabernacle is Sukkot in what we call the Hebrew. Huh? This is the Feast of Sukkot. No, you serve your pagan gods, Sukkot. Your king god, and Kaiwan, your store god, the images you made for yourselves.
For yourselves, bro.
Bag drop, boy.
Malachi, Nehemiah, you're making this up, brothers. So, you lost your light, brothers.
So according to the Bible, you dig? I know y'all scared of OWASP and all the extra higher stuff we deal with, you know what I mean? The Essene literature, Nazarene literature, you know what I mean? What's the other one that's off the chain? That Antiquity Unveiled. Oh my God. I know a lot of people scared of what it is we be diving into, you dig? But what we trying to show y'all is that we can stay right in the Bible and get the same results as what we're talking about. The Bible is pitted against itself. There's no reason for you to be mad at us. You know what I mean? It ain't going nowhere. So we just found the entire 40 years that Israel was in the wilderness, they was up under a grievance policy from their God. And he said they never knew his ways. Then we go over to Amos, and Amos, we just read in Amos that no, you weren't bringing me sacrifices for 40 years in the wilderness. You were serving your pagan gods, and one of them is Sukkoth, a Sakkuth, which just so happens to be the name of the Feast of Tabernacles that, you know what I mean, brothers and sisters has just finished observing. Whoa, if you got some understanding on that, y'all drop a 3,000 in the chat. CGG still cooking. Nehemiah, my brother. Give us some understanding.
You can't make this up, bro.
Talk to us, brother.
Hey, look. Hey, look. Hey, look. Hey, look. I told bro, you calling here talking that. Hey, listen. You on that blood. Look, he up there in the chime and say, I'm finna order me some meat. I said, what God gave you that? I said, didn't your God tell you that he changes not? Give me Malachi 3, 6-8 real quick, bro. Give me Malachi 3. Malachi, give me Malachi. Give me Malachi 3, 6-8 real quick. Aki?
Easy
look,
money.
It ain't nothing but a conversation,
Easy money, man.
It ain't nothing but a conversation,
That's all it is.
They told my brother that he lost his life, threatened my brother with his life, and they got mad at me because I didn't jump ship. Listen, bro. I ain't no yes man to nobody.
Niggas, look, motherfuckers wolfing.
Way these big old knees, nigga, I don't bow down to nothing but the Creator. And listen, ain't nobody seen him, so I don't bow. All praises.
Oh, wait.
Cosmon, Kai, what it do, bro? Hey, shalom to all the family, all the CGG game in the building. To all the God and goddesses, everybody that just came in, joined in. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, look. Hey, Lux just dropped a bomb in there, didn't
he? Man, that's what I'm saying, boy. The plethora of info that the gang be on, bro.
In the Bible.
It's in the script, man. I mean, so I know a lot of people scared to swim over here in the deep. But we swim in the shallow too. Like, we'll come over there and talk to you about Bible. Tell you stand up. You get in the shallow with your floaties on. Just stand up and breathe. You ain't gonna drown. You know what I mean? So it ain't no thing. We gotta have a conversation about Bible. That's what we gonna do. But that just right there in itself, we got a conversation that gotta be had, man. Come on now. Come on now. You dig? I got that Malachi 3 pulled up for you, Nick.
All right. Excuse me. So look, so we talking about, because the young Brew called me, right? And was talking about, oh, well, you know, do you believe in the Bible? I say, listen, bro, you went to public school. You hear me? When I did touch school, I went to provoke you. You hear what I'm talking about? I had paid education, right? School is for fools. Well, I'm talking to a fool then. So let me tell you something, young brother. Who taught you that, what you believe in? You hear me? Because you say you believe in the Bible, you kicking against old Osby, right? And your kickback to me is, do you believe in the Bible? I said, brother, I taught the Bible. I was raised in it. And listen, I've never told you to put it down. But listen, don't come to me with that Daniel Solomon, brother. See, our tactics is, when you don't want to show up and talk about it, your run to is, you don't believe in it, so we ain't gonna talk about it. No, brother, let's talk. Let's talk.
Yeah,
I can stay in the Bible and swim with you.
It's the most spiritual cowardice. What is Malachi talking about right here? Malachi 3.
Let's talk about it.
Malachi 3 and 6. For I am the Lord. I change not. Therefore, ye sons of Jacob, Jacob, are not consumed.
Give me verse 7.
Even from the days of your fathers, you are going away from mine ordinances and have not kept them. Return unto me, and I will return unto you, saith the Lord of hosts. But ye said, wherein shall we return?
Come on, man. So what I hit them with, I said, how did the Creator give you a no-meat diet in Genesis 1, Bereshit, the very first book, the very first chapter, and then you get to the Levites or the priests who created the first idols, who somehow became the first priest, who killed all the prophets, and now you got a meat diet. You see what I'm saying? How did you go from the Creator giving you a no-meat diet, and now you got a prophet? Now we have multiple prophets just telling you, who taught you this?
So you saying so you saying because it says that he don't change, that why is the diet being changed in the beginning?
Why did it change?
That's what you're saying. Okay, no doubt.
You feel where I'm going with that?
Mm-hmm.
Because the prophets are coming to correct that, saying that who taught you that? That's your feast. That's your songs. These are your assemblies. These are your things. And you built those tabernacles to your gods, and he gave names.
He did get names. He did get
And
names.
if you go back and look up that bull god, that's Molech. A small researcher can let you know that's Molech. And look, do me a favor. Give me I already know where you at. And then after this, let's go to Matthew 19 real quick. So it's not about the topic, but I just want to understand something real quick. You probably know where I'm at with it, right? Boy, I like the subtitle. God has had enough. Boy, I love that subtitle.
Yeah, right here. And this right here is the plant back off what you just was saying. You know what I mean? Because he asking who didn't look, and then look what he called the rulers of Judah and Israel in here. Isaiah 1 started at verse 10. Then you want me to hold Matthew 19?
Yeah. We'll get that. I'm gonna go ahead and read this right here.
Okay, absolutely.
Hear the words of the Creator, ye rulers of Sodom, giving earth to the law of your Elohim, ye people of Gomorrah. To what?
Now trip off this. If you're going off the biblical narrative, Sodom and Gomorrah had already been incinerated.
Ooh.
So who was he calling the rulers of Sodom and Gomorrah in verse 10? He's calling the Israelites. He's calling the rulers of the children of Israel. Hear ye the word of the Lord, you rulers of Sodom, and give ear unto the law of our gods, you people of Gomorrah. The leaders and the people, he's saying, are a resemblance of Sodom and Gomorrah. Rulers of the people going into your priestly class and all that. Look what it say. So he ain't calling. He's not talking about the original Sodom and Gomorrah. He's saying that these Israelites is dead. You know what I mean? He's saying these Israelites is dead. Dang. Now look at that. Look at that verse. Look at that verse 11.
Right. Verse 11. To what is the multitude of your sacrifices?
To what purpose?
Unto me, saith the Creator. I am full of the burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed beasts, and I delight not in the blood of bullocks or the lambs of God or the lambs or the sons of God or any of those things you might try to claim. Oh yeah, I threw that in there. Yep.
All right, but look, you missed it. He asked, what purpose is the sacrifice? Read that verse again.
To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me? Meaning that blood didn't do nothing. Even the New Testament tells you, plain as day, that the blood of bulls and bullocks could not suffice for sin. So the apologetics say, oh, well, it was just a representation until Christ came and his blood did it. No. It says, to what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me? It had no purpose, y'all. It had none. The Lord gods, the Lord deities, right? They require blood. If the creator's supposed to be stand apart, not likening to no other Elohims or other creators, quote, quote, right? He wouldn't be like the other ones. He wouldn't require blood sacrifices because all the other deities require blood sacrifices. You wouldn't find Passovers in other cultures because other cultures got Passovers. You wouldn't find Sukkos in other cultures because your deity is set apart and there wouldn't be other ones. Are y'all following me? That's how you have to wake up and call shit shit. If it smell like it, look like it, if it's boo-boo, it's boo-boo. Own it. Accept it. It's called accountability. Israel, we was off. We always been off. And we just read in Malachi, return back to me and I will return to you. That's it. What purpose is the multitude of sacrifice unto me? I don't need, man, I got a cattle on 1,000 hills. The hell I need your damn dead animals for? If you go back to Genesis, God made a covenant with man and animals to live, not man to kill, animal to live.
But you say, boy, and chew on them.
And when Noah went to go get food for the animals on the ark, and him and his family, they went and got plant-based food.
For the animals and the people. What verse was you in verse 12?
Mm-hmm. Verse 12. When you come and appear before me, who has required this at your hand to tread my courts.
Hold on. That's another question. See, we read that like it's a statement. No, he asking another question. Who have required this? Who done required the fat off these organs? Who done required these burnt offerings and these chopped off goat heads? Who done required the priest to tread my courts with blood on them? Who have required this? He already asked you what's the motive, what's the purpose of all these damn sacrifices? The fat of fed beasts. I don't delight in blood of bullocks, lambs, or he goats, right? And then he asks another question that we always skip over. He asks, who have required this at your hand to tread my course? Well, I'm going to ask again, if the creator ain't gave it to you, why is another prophet asking another question like, where did y'all get this from?
Bro, hey, we've been reading it, we've been paying attention. Your feast, right? Your God, your tabernacle, your songs.
Your images.
I didn't require none of that. Who taught you that?
Who required it from you? Because it showed wasn't me. Ain't we in Bible? Isaiah's Bible too, ain't it, Nehemiah?
It's Bible, bro.
Now, we ain't in
I don't think we cracked open the OSP today, have we? We ain't cracked open the OSP yet, have we?
We'll deal with the Bible. That ain't no problem. So the God of Israel is asking through the prophet's mouth, who required this at your hand to tread my courts? Who told you to even do this act? I don't even delight in blood. What verse 13 say, my brother?
Bring no more vain, worthless, unuseful, despicable oblations.
So God don't want your offerings. He don't want your sacrifices. He don't want your oblations. What else?
Incense is an abomination unto me.
Now, you know, all this was going on within the tabernacle, the temple. We just came through the Feast of Tabernacles and all that, right?
Hey,
this is what's going on in the regular inside that sucker.
Because it stank. Because all that dead flesh, all that blood spilling, All that blood leaking down. They ain't have a drain and sewer system. That blood was running in the streets.
Man, boy, that
Nasty, stinking mother suckers.
Yeah, man.
Bro, we was off, bro. We was off.
So he don't want no more of your oblations. He called the incense that you burning to cover up the blood and the dead flesh anyway. He calling that an abomination. What else he say?
Bro, the new moons and Sabbaths, the calling of assemblies, I cannot away with. It is iniquity. Even the solemn meat.
He just said everything you niggas doing, claiming you an Israelite, is off. That's what he just said. Your new moons, the Sabbaths, the calling of a. Then he called it iniquity.
Bro.
Damn.
Because then we just read, that's your stuff. If I gave it to you, I can't call it sin because I gave it to you. Right? If the Creator gave it to you, right? Then we read David. David said, 40 years we dwelled in the wilderness and we did not know your ways. So who ways do we know? The other prophet said, who taught you that? And he gave names. We got receipts. We ain't got to guess what God it was. We got the names of the gods. And then, on top of that, we know that the high priest, who all the priests came out of, was the first priest who built the first idol. And this damn priest we follow got his hypocrisy. Smack him in his face and throw him to the ground. Fuck his phylacteries and his breastplate and his damn garments and want to be seen of men. Boy, you know I get this. Boy, you know I get, boy.
Look at that. Let's keep rolling. Verse 14. Let's give them Bible. Since they want Bible, give them Bible.
Your new moons and your, listen, bro, not mine. People in here, people who will come back and play this later. People, listen to these words that are being read. Your new moons, your appointed feast, my soul hate. Malaki, talk about that one sentence, bro. Bro, talk about that one sentence. Your new moons, your appointed feast, my soul hated. They are a trouble unto me. I am weary to bear them.
Man, he calling all of it, the feast, the new moons, and you be like, well, brother, that's because of how we acted. And look. If it's because of you, then his problem is with you, not with what he ordained to be holy. The problem is with you. You the rebel. What are he over here talking about? He hate what he ordained for.
Because he didn't ordain it. Bro.
Because he didn't ordain it. This is
he
something
didn't ordain it. Talk to him, bro. Talk your mess, bro.
Wicked ass priests over the centuries and decades and millenniums. You don't even know nothing about how the Bible was even compiled for you to go to Family Dollar and go buy you a Bible today.
Well, you don't even know Bible in the hotel.
How many false gods was breathing down the back of all these niggas like Eusebius and Papias and Constantine and Jerome, and man, get the hell out of here, bro. Yeah. By the time you get it, you over here just like, man, you know, I'm all in on it, and you don't even know it's a trap. The trap. He telling you, watch out. Everything you read ain't right. So your job, guess what, is to navigate through her and find out the things that is talking about the Creator. That's your job. You dig? Well, you picking and choosing. Everybody that read the Bible pick and choose. Every topic you pick got different ideals on both sides of the fence. So you got to eventually say, well, yeah, that point make more sense to me. You got to choose a side. Everybody picks and chooses. He just said your new moons and your appointed feasts, my soul hateth.
Read those words. Your new moons.
Your new moon.
Appointed feast.
Your appointed feast.
My soul.
My
So,
soul.
you know, my soul hated. Boy, you can't skip past that.
They are
And
trouble.
that's why every Israelite around this mofo got 5 different feast days. Everybody read the same Bible, but they got a feast day this week. This other group got a feast day this week. This other group got a feast day another month. This other group say it's the new moon, the crescent moon, the black moon, the light moon. What? And don't the Bible teach you if it's confusion is of who?
If it's confusion, who is it of, Big Kurt? It's confusion. It ain't of the Most High if it's confusion. Creative Gang Kirk says shalom, y'all. You know what I mean? Gang in the building.
No, look. It says, forgive me if I'm missing something, but isn't the chapter of Isaiah talking directly? No, by the time of Isaiah, you're dealing with Lot. That's back in Genesis. So if you're in Isaiah, you're way past Genesis. The time of Sodom and Gomorrah is no more.
Yeah, the people of Sodom and Gomorrah that he's talking about are the children of Israel at that point, the leaders of the people and the people. If you go back up a couple verses in Isaiah 1, it's talking directly to these people. The ox know of his owner and the jackass his master's crib, but Israel do not know. Israel do not consider.
And have not considered.
The Sodom and Gomorrah is talking about are the leaders of the people and the people themselves. Well, and in Sodom and Gomorrah didn't have, you know what I mean? They wasn't in there doing burnt offerings and all that extra stuff. But go ahead, what else we got?
Yeah. So running with magic respectfully, you know what I'm talking about, because I can tell that's a sincere question. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So respectfully, at that time, Sodom and Gomorrah is already fire and brimstone, cashed out. Lot wife been turned to a pillar of salt. All that's been it's gone. Sodom and Gomorrah has been laid to waste by the time of Isaiah the prophet. And while we still going over everything, take the time, if you can, and Google it.
Isaiah 1. Isaiah 1 and 2. It says, "Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for the Lord has spoken. I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me. The ox know of his owner, and the ass his master's crib, but Israel does not know. My people does not consider. A sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters. They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel under anger. They are gone away backwards." So by the time you get down to this verse 11 right here, or verse 10, it say, "Hear the word of the Lord, you rulers of Sodom. Give ear unto the law of our God." Ye people of Gomorrah. It's talking about Israelites. It's talking about Israelites and how they all the way ass backwards, starting with the priests, treading the courts with blood. Your new moons, your appointed feasts, my soul hateth. They are trouble unto me. I am weary to bear them. And when you spread forth your hands, you know how they do usually for prayer, right? And when you spread forth your hands, I will hide mine eyes from you. Yea, when you make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. The priest's hands would have directly had blood on. They the ones treading the courts with the blood. We got all the fat and the dead flesh and the cut off organs and chopped off heads. Look at this. So notice it says, "Wash you, make you clean, put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes. Stop doing evil." So he's calling this whole process that they do up in this temple evil. Stop spilling blood. Stop dissecting animals, cutting organs out, chopping fat off. Stop cutting heads off. Nigga, stop burning incense to me. What's the purpose of your oblations? Who required this at your hand to tread my courts? It's all evil. He say, put it away and stop doing it. And then look what he tells you to do. Learn to do well. Seek judgment, which is justice. Relieve the oppressed. Look out for one another. Judge the fathers. Look out for those who ain't got fathers. Plead for the widow. Look out for those that ain't got husbands, the widows and all that. That's what the Creator is telling you to do, is just be solid. Be real for once in your life. But everything, all your rites and ceremonies, everything you doing that make you think as if you're closer to God and holy and all that is a waste of time. It's a waste of time. Oh, wait. I must have said something wrong, Nehemiah. Y'all get some understanding. Y'all drop a 12,000 in the chat for big homie Nehemiah.
Boy, 12,000 in the chat.
Man, we got my brother got his channel back up popping. You know what I mean?
Boy, been a decade.
Like my brother Azariah Macabee say, just be righteous, man. Dang, that's all you gotta do. Just be righteous. You know what I mean? Shout out to the brother Azariah Macabee, Ben Yahoo, my beloved brother. Shout out to Cosmine Cow, the cloud kicker. What's the word, my brother? Man, yeah, look at these just open topics, man. Anybody can get on. Matter of fact, let me drop the link in the chat. Anybody can get on.
Hey, and all y'all brothers, you know what I'm saying, that got the, you know, the creator, you know what I'm saying, the admin privileges over here. Please send me y'all email. Most of y'all got my stuff, you know, send me y'all email so I can give y'all admin privileges over there on my channel, man. Look, I used to have over 100K over there. Yep. Over the years, you know, I'm still surprised that I still got 47,000 subscribers over there. So I'm over there right now on the page. I'm streaming live over there right now, but I'm active over here in StreamYard. But man, I told Malaki, I said, bro, I'm gonna try this appeal one more time. Boy, they grant me access. I said, ooh, we back, baby.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I can imagine right now my subscribers probably like, what? Wait, Nehemiah back?
Hey, but no, that's what's up though, man. That's what's up though, man. But look, as y'all see, man, we can stay right there and swim right there in Bible and get the understanding that's needed. You know what I mean? Especially because there's a lot of people that's afraid of that higher light. That's understandable. What we're saying is you still got a problem with Bible, even if you don't want to hear what like Owaspy say, or, you know what I mean, Antiquity Unveiled, or Nazarene Acts of the Apostle. You know, the higher light that deal with no flesh eating, no going to war. You know what I mean? Loving your neighbors yourself. Creator is not a man. Creator is ever present. You know, all that good stuff. You know what I mean? That right there, a lot of people are afraid of. But what we're saying is you still got a problem in Bible. Because in Leviticus, you sacrificing, but the prophets is saying, look, we ain't even, who told you to even do this? You dig? And so really what a lot of our people got to get into is the compiling of the Bible. When was the Bible compiled? Under which manner? You know what I mean? You don't even know the order in which things were written. Like, for instance, dealing with the New Testament, you would think Matthew was the first book written in the New Testament. It wasn't. The first books written in the New Testament actually were the letters of Paul. The Gospels don't come out till after the fall of Jerusalem in the language of Greek from Rome. Paul got Greek letters circulating around in the 50s. You see? And a lot of this stuff we saying is easily verifiable, man. All you gotta do is look this thing up. A lot of the prophets and all this stuff was compiled during like what they call the intertestamental period, like, you know, around 200 BC. You got your books of Enoch being compiled, Ezekiel and Jubilees, and you got all this stuff being the gospel of Adam and Eve and all that. This stuff don't go all the way back 6,000 years. You got a certain time period in which these things were being compiled through oral tradition. Then they start writing these things down. You see what I mean? The books of Daniel and all that, all this stuff was compiled way after the events even happened. For the first 100 years, the Gospels didn't even have names on them. They were anonymous documents floating around. They wasn't on Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John on the Gospels until a couple hundred years until a little bit over 100 years after these documents were floating around. They're anonymous documents. No, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, write them. And on top of that, they were written 60 to 70 years, 80 years in some cases after the death of who you calling Jesus. In Greek, in a language that they weren't educated in. You dig? So, you know, if you really want to have a conversation, that's the type of slippery slope you got to climb up dealing with us, because we ain't scared. We go into the entire thing on how it came to be. You dig? And what I'm saying is, either way you tie it or break it or fillet it, it ain't do nothing but increase my faith in the Creator even more, because the Creator ain't in a book.
Come on, man. Talk about it. Talk about it, bro.
Read is his created worlds. His book is actually you. The book is actually creation. That's how you want to understand your Creator, by studying what he created, made, and ordained. It ain't about worshiping spine-bound books. I mean, you can get certain, you know, you can get certain jewels about them and apply them to your journey. But when you're done talking, stop idolizing books. We go here because that's where everybody at. You're in a book. And you think if you read it enough and stop at every semicolon, you're gonna get saved.
Hey, semicolon Saberlights.
Yeah, we got Big Cosmo and Kyle in the back chat. Let's bring Kyle on for a little taste.
Cosmo, man, that's my brother right there, boy.
Oh man, love, life, balance, man. What's going on with y'all boys, man?
What up,
Oh yeah, man. I see y'all chopping it, boy. Hey, look, it hit different. I must say, it hit different when you pointed out in their own book.
Yeah.
What do you say then? Oh, the white man wrote it. No, this our Bible.
Uh-oh.
And then another thing that I had to come to the realization, and I can admit, my baby bro helped me realize this. He said, and I didn't realize that this was true. If the Bible makes a claim, there's also a verse in it that makes the opposite claim.
Yes. Yes.
There's a good and a bad, a up and a down, a yay and a nay on just about every topic in the Bible.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Facts.
I didn't realize that till probably just a couple years ago. And I'm like, yeah. Because the thing is, I've always, and because it made me wonder, if you read in the same book, how are they pulling different ideologies out of the same text? That's because if you go a little deeper in the text, it say both things.
Yeah.
They can.
On every
Is the
topic.
Bible bipolar?
Oh, man.
The Bible bipolar?
I thought the God never changed.
Hey, bro, we read that. Hey, look, I just hit it, bro. How you go from the very first book, the very first chapter to no meat, all the way up to the ark, right? Pre-flood, all eating plant-based. Till when the Levite, the first idol builder, to everybody following unto him, to those who killed the prophets, now everybody got the damn blood in their jaws. Oh, oh. Talk to him, Cal. Talk to him.
Well, it's not what they told us.
I heard your spirit like,
But I'm gonna do an example of what he's talking about.
Go ahead, man.
I'll give me back to 19 real quick.
My thing is, it's not what they told us it was.
He said, no.
And I remember many times, hearing certain sermons over and over and over, right? And they were teaching you how to look at it, how to justify it, how to rationalize what you were being told, right? But in the end of the day, you might have got 2 or 3 different little versions of the one teaching, but it's the same teaching in the end of the day, right? And once you actually go look at it for yourself, not only for the most part does it never say what it's saying, it's usually always taken out of context.
Facts.
And then let's not forget, there's something somewhere else in the Bible that contradicts it.
Hey, he pulling up right now.
Mm.
All right, now check this out, y'all. I'll just give you an example of what we talking about, so there don't be no type of you know what I mean, like we playing around with this. 2 Samuel 24:1 and 1 Chronicles 21:1 is about the one time, not two times, the one time that David was provoked to number Israel. We understand when reading the story that, you know, it was a great, he lost a lot behind that. Over 70,000 people had to die because of his decision to do so. Okay? Now, the story only happens once, but it's told twice. 2 Samuel 24:1 and 1 Chronicles 21:1. So when I said earlier, everybody picks and chooses when you read the Bible, this would be a situation. 2 Samuel 24:1. And again, the anger of the Lord, the anger of Yahweh was kindled, stirred up against Israel. And he, Yahweh or the Lord, moved David against them to say, go number Israel and Judah. This right here says David was moved against by the Lord to number Israel, even though he was told before never to number them. See that? Then you got 1 Chronicles 21:1. And Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel. So now you're at the crossroads. Either Satan is the Lord or Satan works for the Lord. Either way, you got a problem.
Well, wait a minute. Why can't the Lord work for Satan?
Either way, you got a problem. You got a problem either way.
Because that's a contradiction. My thing is, it's telling two different versions of the same story. Exactly. Who lying?
Because this event only happened one time. You see what I'm saying? So again, you got this type of situation going on, and you got people that's like a wholeheartedly diehard Genesis to Revelation. It's just what it is. What we're telling you is when you read any book, read it with a jaundiced eye. You got to be critical of it. You understand? You got to be critical of it. Your salvation already is on you. So once you understand that there are false scribes inspired by false ass gods that got to do with the compiling of your Bible, now you can read through the Bible and critically examine it. Just know that everything you read ain't right, and it's not. For instance, this story right here.
And then let's be real. Let's not act like our whole lives they didn't tell us to read with discernment, to have discernment. You must discern the word. What is your discernment broken? You're turning it off now at the most critical junction.
Right.
Exactly. Come on, y'all.
Exactly. We gotta be better than that.
Yeah, we gotta be better than that. You dig what I'm talking about? Now ain't the time to give up. Now is the time to dig in.
Accountable, bro. We gotta be honest and accountable, bro. That's the only way you can heal yourself. You have to be honest and you have to be accountable.
Well, right on the cover of Owaspy, it said
Boy, you're short-circuited boy.
That with your freedom, you attain responsibility. You dig what I'm talking about? That sooner or later, your fidelity to your creator and your fellow man shall be the highest study of your life. You dig what I'm saying? So with that freedom to choose either way comes responsibility. And first things first, you got a responsibility to keep it real with yourself. First. Right?
Gotta be real with yourself first, big dog. Look at this. I got this up on the screen right here. This is another point of contention. Exodus 6:3 and Genesis 22:14. And I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob by the name of God Almighty, or El. God Almighty is El Shaddai.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is what the God of Israel is telling Moses according to the Bible. And I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob by the name of El Shaddai, but by my name Jehovah was I not known to them.
Mm.
This is what the God of the Bible was telling Moses, that look, they didn't know me by Jehovah, they knew me by El.
Right.
They knew me by El Shaddai, but we got a problem. Genesis 22:14. This is Abraham. And Abraham called the name of that place who?
Jehovah Jireh. Mm.
Jehovah Jireh, as it is.
That's a problem.
This day in the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. And the Lord is Jehovah, according to the biblical narrative. So another point of contention. Did Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob know the biblical God by the name of Jehovah, or didn't they? Because Exodus 6:3 say they didn't know it.
But Genesis, let's go. We gotta put the biblical timeline on it. Genesis 22 is before Exodus 6:3.
Exactly. That's my whole point.
Exactly.
That's my whole point.
So who lying?
That's my whole point.
Did Abraham create a place called Jehovah Jireh? If he did, well then he knew the name of the creator was Jehovah.
Flat out. Flat out.
Or in Exodus, didn't he know?
And then that means that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob worshiped El.
Right. A different deity.
A different deity.
A Canaanite deity.
Mm.
A different deity.
See? We got to be real with
ourselves.
ourselves.
This ain't nothing that nobody making up, bro. This is all Bible we talking. Ain't no book of Oahu been open. No Nazarene text. No other books. Listen,
Now,
we ain't
it's
in
another.
Josephus. We ain't in nothing. We ain't in the lost books of Adam and Eve. We not in the pseudepigraphers. We ain't in nothing. We in Bible.
Yeah. But what about the one where he said in Genesis that I give you the roots and the herbs of the field for your meat and your medicine?
About Genesis 1:30.
Right? But by the time of Leviticus, he telling you can eat just about anything but the cloven animals and the stuff.
You hear that, Chicago talks?
So my thing is, those are far different dichotomies. You did what I'm talking about. And unless you willing to understand that, first of all, there's a possibility that two different entities are speaking. Until you're willing to admit that, you'll never understand why your God is contradicting itself. Exactly.
Look at this. The Canaanite God, El, is right here.
Mm.
You think it's a game? What you think we playing?
Say anything.
Look at
with
this.
Form and figure. Guess what? That's even the thought of a man. If your thoughts got form and figure, and you worship it, it's an idol.
That's right. Hold on, big dog. Hold on. There go El right there. Ooh. El, Father of gods.
Ooh.
He just told Moses, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob know me as El.
Yeah.
El Shaddai. They didn't know me as Jehovah. You know me as Jehovah. Well, we just showed that was a lie because Genesis 22 say something different, right? But this is El historically, a Canaanite god. In the form and figure of a man sitting on a throne. There he is. Look. Look, originally a Canaanite deity.
Now, y'all notice
El was the supreme god of the ancient Canaanite religion. Bag drop, boy. And the supreme god of East Semitic speakers in the early dynastic period of Mesopotamia. And then it go into it. Look right here. Think it's a game? What you think, people? Although El gained different appearances and meanings in different languages over time, it continues to exist as El, or El in compound. Proper noun phrases such as Elizabeth, Ishmael, Israel, Samuel, Daniel, Mikael, Jabril, and Bethel. Look at this. Over time in Israelite religion, Yahweh absorbed many of El's characteristics.
Wait a minute. Go back up. One verse. Right there. Read that right there. Because I got a question to ask. Read that first verse.
El is often described as the father of gods and creator of mankind. Oh.
Hold on, Malaki Macabee.
Oh.
Wait a minute, Malaki Macabee.
Oh. This slow-headed monstrosity. Hold on. Hold on. No.
I ain't find his pappy.
No.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Cause in the Bible, I'm forgetting where it's at. The Most High, El Elyon, gives an inheritance to Yahweh.
Yep, Deuteronomy 32.
Who is that person? Hey, I bring that out all the time. That Deuteronomy.
Is that who gave the God of Israel his title and rank over the Semitic peoples?
No.
The daddy? Is this the daddy of Yahweh?
Hold on now. Hold on now. Hold on now. Mally, I just made me spill my yak. Now I'm about to bust a blood vessel. Hold on. Hey, Father of gods, the slope-headed monstrosity sitting on a box or a throne, right? Other names, Adonai. Hold on. That's in Bible too. Ancient Semitic religion, abode is Mount Leil. His symbol is a bull, and his region is the Levant, particularly Canaan, Anatolia. El had a wife, Ashtaroth or Shera. El got children. Did you know El had children, Cosmo? Did you know El had short leggers, Nehemiah? Some of El's short leggers are not Ashtar. They're going to Baal. You haven't heard of Baal before.
Y'all know who Ashtar is? Ashtaroth.
Ashtar is Ashtaroth, right? So they brothers and sisters, warring false gods. Who else we got here, Cosmo? Yahweh.
Hadouken.
Which makes sense because Cal just said El gave an inheritance to Yahweh. And last I checked, you give an inheritance to your descendants. Right?
There he is.
There he is. Him downstairs, God of weather and war. Yahweh, God on the winged wheel coin. Generated word, kingdom of Israel, kingdom of Judah.
It's bad.
This is the Yahweh and El is in Bible, Israelites.
Well, what y'all need to know, you want me to tell you the good part about that is? The good part about that is letting y'all know that there were no real Israelites in the so-called kingdom of Israel. There were no real Israelites in the kingdom of Judah. Now, the question should be is now, who is them niggas over there?
No way. We should already know.
I'm telling you, everything that an Israelite is, a Jew, a Levitican, is the exact opposite in every way.
In every way, bro.
So I got another question for you, big homie. Let me ask you a question.
Talk to me.
If you are scattered to the four winds of the world, How did you consolidate enough people to create not only one kingdom, but two?
Boy, that's very hard to do. That's very hard to copulate like that.
Look at this right here. Look at this, y'all. Yahweh was an ancient Semitic deity of weather and war in the ancient Levant, which includes Canaan, right? And
we know what the Creator don't do. What Creator doesn't war.
Exactly, bro. Look at this. It's right here. It says, and the head of the pantheon of the polytheistic Israelite religion. Bang! The polytheistic Israelite, and Yahweh is the head of the pantheon. Look at this. Although there is no clear consensus regarding the geographical origins of the deity, scholars generally hold that Yahweh was associated with who? Seir, Edom, Paran, and Teman. These are Edomites. Yahweh is an Edomite God.
And remember, they sent Ishmael to Paran.
And later with Canaan. So he comes into Canaan later after El and Baal already up in that deal.
What y'all gonna figure out is that El is Baal.
Man, the worship of the deity reaches back to at least the early Iron Age and likely to the late Bronze Age, if not somewhat earlier. In the oldest biblical text, Yahweh possesses attributes that were typically ascribed to deities of weather and war, who find the land of Israel and leading a heavenly army against the enemies of the Israelites. The early Israelites engaged in polytheistic practices. Oh, really? Look at this.
And put this in y'all mind. From the time of the Assyrian captivity to the time Israel had actually left Egypt, it's been 700 years.
No way. Hey, look at this, Cal. Look, it say, because the Israelite religion was a derivative of the Canaanite God. The Canaanite religion. Because the Israelite religion was a derivative of the Canaanite religion and included a variety of deities from it, including who? El. Asherah.
And who? Baal. And who Baal roll with? Who Baal roll with? Ashtaroth. I'm telling you, Baal is El, Asherah is Ashtaroth. Listen, this is why the name Yahweh has a male and female connotation to it. Right? Because they work together to overthrow the true Israelite stocks. You dig what I'm talking about? That's why Creator separated them. You dig what I'm talking about? The niggas that was hanging on, wanting to be, called Leviticans, they went east.
Yep, look at this. This is about to show you how Yahweh and El became conflated. Because historically speaking, they're two different deities.
Yeah. They came conflated because one...
The Bible, when they compiling Bible, they done conflated both deities together to make one. So
ain't the Lord God?
The Lord your God. Yahweh your El.
Yeah. So
Yahweh your El.
Right. So now we see the conflation, but what they didn't know is that it's both of them together that makes Yahweh.
Look at this. It said right here, Yahweh became conflated with El in later centuries, taking his place as the head of the pantheon in the Israelite religion. El's consort, Asherah, became associated with Yahweh. There you go, Cal. And El-linked epithets such as El Shaddai, like in Exodus 6 and 3, came to be applied to him alone. Other deities such as Asherah and Baal were also selectively absorbed, Cosmon Cal, in conceptions of Yahweh. You just see it there.
The difference is you got to understand what happened in between the time. 1553, the people leave up out of Egypt. But at 1553, the previous El, who Baal and Ashtaroth worked for, Osiris, went to hell. In the time spanning from Assyrian captivity to from Exodus to Assyrian captivity, right? 700 years. You dig what I'm talking about? Baal assumes the title of El held by his previous boss, Osiris. Listen, they're saying the same name, just in different languages. He usurps the title of El. This is why El gets conflated with Yahweh in later texts. And then you got to remember, in that war, right, Judah and Israel fight each other. Why? One of them, they tell you they was raising the high places of who? Baal and Asher. They had the Asherah dolls and all that. So that is a conflict when Baal overplaced or debunked, usurped the history and work put in by Ashtaroth, right? Because she got jealous, she started tripping. It became a war, an inside war. Because at the time, Israel didn't have to war with nobody. They had already just killed the Philistines and Goliath and them. But it wasn't good enough. So they start warring on each other.
Man,
and then the crazy part is, I
got something
the
for you.
brothers asked the God, should we go to war for him? The God said, go up.
Yeah,
Go
matter
up.
of fact, that's in that Judges. That's in Judges 18 and Judges chapter 20, I think it is. We can hit that too eventually. They sacrificed and prayed and he was like, yeah, go on up. They got their ass go out the frame. I was like, dang. Several times. Show
Correct, Louis.
It's important to understand the character of the Creator, because other than that, evil angel can appear. Look, the Bible tell you that. The Bible tell you that what even Satan masquerades as the angel of light, right? So, as you know, that an evil angel can come appearing exactly how you expect it to look, carbonated skin, red, the white of his eyes, bloodshot red, white woolly hair, voice of many waters. You did, hey. Answer to the name you call on in your prayer breath and do a miracle. In order
to have the voice of many waters.
For you to understand if something is sent by the God or by the Creator, you must know the character of the Creator. Other than that, you're gonna be fooled because you're tripping off a miracle, what a thing look like, and the name it answer to. The meantime, the whole time it could be a false deity or God breathing down thy back. You understand what I'm saying? I want to read this right here because this proves that Israel is to this day is worshiping Baal. To this day, you worshiping Baal. Which so happen to be El and a conflation of Yahweh. And look, it tell you this though right here in Bible though. You see?
Bring it out, bro.
So,
Bring it out.
Once again, it's different when we pull out something from the higher light. The jokers get a yellow belly and get to running. We understand that, but if we're in Bible, bringing this to the floor, you did. Now you got a major league problem because this is what you deal with. You can ignore or attempt to ignore everything the Creator gang bring out. You can attempt to do that. That's what Negroes love to do, even though you can't deny it. You saw it, smelt it. You know what I mean? And heard those bombs go off. But nonetheless, you may act as if you're going to ignore what we're talking about. But what you can't ignore, you understand, is when we over here swimming in the shallow, deep end of the pool with you. We over here now in your water swimming, and we're dealing with Bible. And this right here, y'all, is going to show that even though Israel may be saying Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yahweh Shai, whatever, to this day, if you ain't observing what the character of Creator is, Israel's worshiping Baal based off message and based off behavior. You're worshiping Baal. You're not worshiping the Creator of suns, moons, stars. You know what I'm saying? Cosmine Cow, the cloud kicker. Talk to me, brother.
Oh no, you right on point, man. Keep cooking.
Hey, we got our young brother. Prince Cosmine in the building.
FGK. You already know what it is. False God killers all day, baby. What it is.
Hey, what up, young king?
Man, salute. Peace to the panel, man. Everybody, man. It's your little brother. You know what it is. Credit gang gang.
Hey, we got Creator Gang Kirk in the building too. One of the OGs down here in St. Louis, man. He in the building with me. You know what I mean? Creator Gang Kirk is in the building, baby.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
So talk to me, Cosmine, Prince Cosmine. Talk to me.
Oh man, it's very clear what you explaining up here, Aki, is that anything that's asking for sacrifices is obviously a false deity, and that's what Baal, Astaroth, that came together to form the deity Yahweh, inspired Israel to do throughout history, and they still under the same inspiration to this day. That's objective.
Hey, bro, that's a lot of killing. Because if you think about it, we be thinking that, okay, these sacrifices that's it. Even though if you're dealing with Passover, you're dealing with a couple 100,000 lambs in one day.
Woo.
That neither here nor there. Do y'all know that these morning oblations and evening oblations were going on nonstop for thousands of years? Outside of them being exiled out the land. But whenever they was back around, boy, in that land, boy, hey, it's time to get the roasted flesh and spilling blood.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm talking about several times a day, y'all.
And bro,
Could you imagine?
They ain't had no drain system.
So look, let's read this. Hosea the second chapter. Hosea the second chapter. Let me show y'all something real quick. Israel is still worshiping Baal, according to the Bible. What you think is a game? What you think we playing? Look. Therefore, behold, I will allure her, bring her into the wilderness, and speak comfortably unto her. It's talking about the restoration of Israel, which is a prophecy that has not yet happened. If we going off the biblical narrative, then this prophecy we reading is something that's supposed to happen in front of us and not behind us. Okay? Israel ain't been restored as a nation. Look at this. And I will give her vineyards from there, and the valley of Achor for a door of hope. And she, speaking of the nation of Israel, shall sing there, as in the days of her youth, as in the day when she came up out of the land of Egypt. And it shall be at that day, a day that's in front of us if this prophecy is true. And it shall be at that day, saith Yahweh, the Lord, that you, Israelites, shall call me Ishi. It shall call me no more Baali. Baal.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you got to throw that.
Hold on.
I think you got to throw that Strongs on for them. They gonna think you capping.
We gonna put the Strongs on. It say, for I would take away the names of Baalim. That's the pantheon we were just reading about. Baalim out of her mouth, and they shall no more be remembered by their name. If this is the time,
hold on, bro.
Then guess what? That means to this day, the nation of Israel is worshiping who, y'all? Baal.
Period.
The eyes of Yahweh.
Headshot.
Watch this.
Oh man, you gave him a lot.
It ain't happened yet. If this prophecy is true, then this day ain't happened yet. Israel has not been restored. You can't point to a time in history. All 12 tribes of the nation of Israel been restored back to their land. You ain't got it. You ain't got it.
Click on Strong's. And while you do it, I want to speak on that real quick. So look, in Hebrew, right, We talking about Ish.
Nehemiah,
So,
your mic is
creator,
low. I don't know if you can turn it up, son.
my mic low.
There you go. That's a lot better.
All right. So in Hebrew, we dealing with Ish. So we dealing with the masculine. We dealing with the man and the husband, right? So the creator is going to always be masculine, and Israel will always be feminine when you're dealing with the creator, right? And so when we dealing with that, we telling you, or the script telling you, is that up to this day, and what Mally's showing y'all is we still calling on Baal, bro. Because Israel ain't restored yet. Go ahead, Mally. You finna break it down right now.
Right here. Remember, he said you're gonna call me Ishi, which means my husband, and not no more Baali, because I'm gonna destroy the names of Baal out of their mouth, right? So that means if this hasn't happened, then that means
You ain't gonna call me my Lord.
to this day
Right.
you are worshiping
Right.
Baal. Baali equal my Lord. Look what it say.
What?
A deity in the northern kingdom, a variation of the name who? Baal.
Wow.
Look at this. Look at this. It's a Baal, Baali, a symbolical name for who?
Oh, wait.
Jehovah.
Jehovah.
Oh,
They trying to.
they putting the work in. They putting some dirty work in right there.
Man, by all capping, trying to pump fake being the creator.
You see Baal pump faking? Yeah, and look, all this tie into what Kyle was saying a couple minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
How they all got together and conflated things and absorbed each other's character and behavior, changed up messages and all that. And now you got this big old mess, pot of Canaanite gods.
Think about it. If I kick the God off the heaven, you ain't gonna know it's who you praising. I just usurp the praise. They ain't there to give it to get it.
Right.
So I just take what you would have been given to them. So I just take the name. It's too much. It's too much work trying to destroy the name, and it's been hundreds of years worth of indoctrination put in. I might as well use your indoctrination to my benefit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because all you gotta do is just switch the name up. I mean, not just switch the name. All you gotta do is keep the name and just switch the doctrine up.
But hey, Mally, I like how Big Bro Khan said, "You will no longer call me my Lord." You know what I'm saying? Bali. My Lord is not the creator, homeboy. If y'all didn't know that.
Mm-mm.
Exactly.
See, that's the difference.
Israel. My fault. Go ahead, young bro. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
No, you good, King. Go ahead, God. Peace.
Hey, look. So check this out. What bruh's saying is, Israel don't even know the difference between God, Lord, God, all that, bro. They don't even understand the difference between all that.
Nope.
And it's very simple. Lord God, and God are all titles given to angels who were once mortal men and women like us.
Oh, bro, the youngin got it, bro. Hey, young bro, blast it. Pow, pow.
Hey.
Nigga, what? FGK all day, man. We don't play. What you thought this was a game? You thought we was playing?
Hey, salute to the young bro. Boy, the young guy got it, boy. It's amazing.
Yeah, well, I'm saying it, bro. We got shooters.
Yeah.
Like, look, y'all be hearing me all the time. What you think is a game? What you think we play? We not playing. Man, look, my brother FGK Killer or Prince Cosmon. You dig? I'll put up against anybody in the conscious community, and I bet he bring them back in a body bag.
It's over with. OVA, Playboy.
I put all y'all up against whoever. I bet he come back with a body bag. Easy money. But see, the reason why there's a problem is because we're in the Bible and we're in Bible resources that we all use, whether we Israelites, Messianic, non-Messianic, or Christians.
Shit, faith is too. We use it too.
That's what I'm saying. We all use this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So we can't front now. What I'm saying is now is the time to have them hard conversations.
That's right.
There are false gods in the Bible pump faking like they're your maker. And we got enough spiritual nuts to tell you that.
Yep.
Like, look, you being fooled. Everything you read is not right. So use, like my brother keeps saying, textual criticism. Be critical about what you read. This is your soul that's on the line here.
Yep.
Take it serious. You know what I mean? This deal is, and then once we start pointing these things out, realize this. We're saying the things that you scared to even whisper.
Mhm.
Trying to kick out the little congregation and get demoted and lose rank. You dig? But we love you enough to tell you, like, hey, look, watch out. He pump faking. He really ain't what he talking about. That ain't the creator telling you to go kill your child. That ain't the creator telling you to go to war and kill all these babies, these Edomite babies, and split their heads. That ain't the creator telling you it's gonna be blood up to the horse's bridle and all this extra. That's not the creator. You gotta navigate this thing and understand. Once you understand the character and behavior of the creator, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong.
Can't go wrong.
But right now,
now, hey, look, did you see what King Boxologist? See, they get locked in. They get a little locked in.
Nah, that's bro.
That's bro. But ask the question. That's a good question. He need to know.
Let's go answer it. I got you, bro. Excellent question. We about to go answer that for you. Go ahead, Cal.
Says, but wait, Jehovah, the creator but wait, ain't Jehovah the creator mentioned in the WASP? How do we know when it's ball and when it's not? Ball can be in both books. Sincere question. Great question.
Man, that's
excellent.
That's a great question. First of all, quick way that you can tell Jehovah from Jehovah, right? Is it spelling? Right? AH means of earth. Just like the in Owaspi means sky, earth, spirit. The OH means of earth. IH means of earth and heaven. That's why you never see it. Also, the Hebraic tongue, which is not Israelitish. Israelites never spoke Hebrew. It's actually an Edomite tongue. Everybody around Israel spoke Hebrew, except the Israelites. They spoke Aramaic.
I got something for you, Aki. That's my bro Jabril. Here, let me read this thing real quick, so you can understand what is the difference, man. Look, that's an excellent question.
That's a dope question.
The slight difference in spelling, because some people tell y'all that's interchangeable, right? Regardless of that, watch this, bro.
Oh my.
Right here.
The answer wasn't good enough.
Get some understanding. It's the book of Safar, the Imhak degree. What's the difference between the Jehovah and what we talking about in Jehovah in the Bible? And look, you're supposed to be able to navigate through all this. You get your answer. So this is a question and answer form type situation that we got going on right here. It says, who comes here? Answer. A faith is in the Creator or in Jehovah. Question. Who is Jehovah? Answer. The Great Spirit. The Great Spirit. The Great Spirit. He who is over all and within all. The potent, omnipotent, meaning all powerful, and unseen. It is he whose ever presence quickens in the life all that live. So they asked him, who is Jehovah? He told me the Great Spirit, the overall, within all powerful, and ain't yet nobody seen him.
Now, there's the difference.
Let me rock with you real quick. Watch this. Now, when you get into the Jehovah, say if you go to Isaiah 6:1, Isaiah 6:1-5, you got Isaiah saying with his own eyes he saw Jehovah sitting on his throne. When you go to Daniel 9, and Daniel 7:9-11, Daniel say he saw the Ancient of Days sit on his throne in the form and figure of a man. When you get to Ezekiel say he saw him on the throne. When you get to Revelation, the 4th chapter, John the Revelator say he saw him on the throne. What's the difference between the Jehovah in Owaspi and Jehovah in the Bible? Jehovah in the Bible has been seen in form and figure as a man. Jehovah in Owaspi has never been seen. He's unseen. It is he whose ever presence quicken into life all that live. Watch this. Where is Jehovah or the Creator? Answer. Everywhere. 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 Now, my brother Jabril, if I showed you this right here, if I showed you this, it ain't no if, I'm showing it to you. Right? This is a coin, an historical coin that they found of Yahweh or Jehovah or the Bible. So my question is, if somebody was to ask you, where is Jehovah, based on all the men who saw him sitting on the throne, could you say Jehovah, somebody who sits on the throne like this, is everywhere? No, he's not everywhere. Somebody like that sits on the throne, that's in the form and figure of a man, is localized. They're not everywhere. They're not ever present. What's the difference between the Jehovah of the Waspy and Jehovah of the Bible? Watch this. It's where it say everywhere, nor is there a place without him. Next question is, what is his form, Jabril? What do Jehovah look like? Isaiah Psalm, John the Revelator Psalm, but the Messiah said, ain't damn nigga Psalm.
Never.
John 1:18, nobody is seen. So look at this. What is his form? Meaning what he looked like. Answer. No man can attain to know his form.
Woo.
What is his extent? How far is his reach? No man can attain to know his extent. Okay. Question. Is Jehovah a person? Answer.
Watch this.
As all the living are persons, so is he the all person of all things.
Read it again. Read it again, bro. Read it again.
And as much as his ever presence quickened in the life, all that live, so is his ever presence with the living, seeing, hearing, and feeling every word and act of all men, women, and children on earth and in heaven.
Golly. That shit hit different right there, bro. That's a different Jehovah. That's a different Jehovah than the one that we just read about, talking about he bald.
Say again.
I said that's a different Jehovah than the one in the Bible.
Yeah.
The characteristics are obviously different, seeing how we saw Jehovah Baal sitting on the throne. You know what I'm saying? That's objectively, you know what I'm saying, logically seen.
Now watch this. So that means if he's been seen and he's worshipped, Jabril, that makes him an idol. Look, if you can see your God, or if he's ever been seen by anybody in your spiritual lineage, and you done got your kneecaps dusty bowing to your God, if it can be seen, it has form and figure, right?
Right.
And if you worship anything with form and figure, that is an idol. Question: what is an idol? Answer: anything having form and figure that is worship.
Woo.
Now, Jehovah, biblical Jehovah has a form and figure, and biblical Jehovah is worship. Okay? Question: well, who is God then? Answer: a spirit with a heavenly throne. Believed by people in darkness. Believed by people in darkness to be the creator of all things. Bag drop.
Bag drop, Bowman.
Bag drop. Jabril, I hope that answered your question, my beloved brother. You know what I mean? I hope that made some sense for you. My brother Cosmine Kyle, and you know what I mean, Cosmine Prince, talk to me. We got Luciu in the back. Let's bring Luciu on. My brother Lux is in the building.
Yeah. Peace to the God, Lux.
Peace and light, y'all.
My brother Louis is in the building. What's the word, Aki?
What up, Lou? What it do, bro?
What's going on? Peace and light, peace and light. I'm just hanging out in the back, you know, just listening to y'all, you know. Seeing what y'all about.
Give us some of that wisdom, Louis.
Share some of it in the chat already. But you know, it's funny you guys talking about this. You know, Divine Prospect that made a video talking about you shouldn't keep the Day of Atonement.
Did he?
And he made that video, and he was talking about, y'all got me thinking about the Zazzle goat. Remember that?
Woo. Now, Louis, explain to the audience what's the Azazel goat. That's what. Hey, look. Now, look.
Hey,
That's
bro.
crazy because if you enter any of the books of Enoch, y'all know Azazel was a fallen angel.
It's a fallen
Right.
angel. Come on, Malaki. Talk to him, bro.
Now, think about this. You mean to tell me there was a ritual during the Yom Kippur that had to do with a fallen angel?
Come on, man.
Fallen angel?
Ooh, Louis, man, kindly tell us what you got going on, brother. Talk to us.
No, he was talking about it. He reminded me of it. I forgot about it until he brought it up, and I was like, true. There was a ritual where they would put the sins of the people of the community onto the goat. It was 2 goats, one for the Most High and one for Azazel, and Azazel being the false angel, whatever, that came down to watch her and being, chained up in the wilderness of Dudel, and that the goat would get put out in the wilderness. But what Divine was basically saying was that the Day of Atonement was never for the people. It was for something the priests did back in Exodus 30. Some kind of transgression they did. And then what he's basically doing is he's using textual criticism, which is what y'all were doing earlier, showing how it was later added onto the people. But he was saying you never see, nowhere is it narrated, you see the Israelite people keeping the Day of Atonement. It's not narrated nowhere in the Old Testament.
Hey, Louis, ain't the Azazel goes on through history to be called the scapegoat?
Right.
Yeah, the scapegoat.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
I think what was interesting, Divine was bringing up how that had to have been added to the text when the Greeks came in, because the Greeks would have scapegoat rituals.
Crazy.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it. That stuff was going on in David's time.
Yeah.
That's before the temple was built. So you dig what I'm saying? It had been going on probably since the first 40 years of them getting up out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
So those line of people had kept that going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say it's interesting that he said that the Israelites didn't keep it. It wasn't found in Israelite history because it was, the Leviticans and the Israelites were different. The Levitical priesthood was obviously inspired by a false deity because it's dealing with blood sacrifices, including the scapegoat. So during that time, even Amos, the prophet, in Amos chapter 5, verse 20, going down, spoke to Israel saying, who we are sacrificing them sacrifices to for 40 years in the wilderness? Was it to the Creator or was it to somebody else? And the answer was it was to your false gods.
Yeah, right? And you got to remember, what are the Levitican priesthood birthed out of? They are birthed out of the Kohenes of Egypt. You dig what I'm talking about? These are the priesthood that would have left enslaved up under them too.
Oh,
right? This is why the word in Hebrew is a 100% loan word and is Egyptian, because the word Kohen means priest in Egyptian.
Dude,
remember, real Israelites never needed a priest. Why? Because you were born an Israelite. That means I could walk into the holies of holies day one. I didn't need nobody to intersect for me.
Mm-hmm.
But how the priest structure ran in Egypt, is exactly how the Kohen system is set up today. And the Hebrew word for priest is Kohen. The Egyptian priests. Remember, Israel didn't have priests. There ain't even no word in Aramaic for priest.
Wow.
It's a 100% Egyptian loan word into Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, first century AD, the Turks, the Ottoman people, them people up there in Turkey, the Anatolians, The Edomites themselves are speaking and writing block Hebrew script, proven by your boy Apollonius of Tyana, the real writer of the Gospels of Paul, so-called. This is why Paul are called Pauls, because they're really worshipers of Apollonius. The name of Apollonius in Greek is Paulus. This is why the followers of Paulus are called Pauls. And Marcion created that character, got conflated with Peregrinus later. And poof, we got a physical representation.
Cal, you know you like to tell everybody where you getting all that shit from. You can't just be spewing that, man. Like you saying something, these niggas don't have a clue of where is it. Y'all, you got to get a book called Antiquity Unveiled to read about this type of stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
Fire book.
It's another spiritual text. Cal just throwing it out there. I know some people like, what the hell is this man talking about?
I'm soaking it up. I'm soaking it up like sunshine right now. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, I didn't know this. Look this up. Marcion had his own Bible.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on for a minute, y'all. Hold on for a minute. Yeah, James, a lot of those books you can find in Enoch and you can find in the
Speak up a little more.
But hey, man, let's give him some script though, bro.
Now you talking to James. Do that,
James Wright, you know, from college.
Yeah, I'm saying finish saying what you were saying to him, and then for sure, I got you.
Yeah, because he was asking, was a lot of those riches of the fallen angels taught, who taught humans with forbidden knowledge? And I'm saying, yeah, you can get that in Enoch and the Apocrypha, you find it in there and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's in the Bible too, though. Remember, that's the reason Sodom and Gomorrah get wiped out.
And look, because you know the Apocrypha is a part of the original Bible, the 1611. See, and look, I won't let a mofo take us away from that. Hey, do me a favor. Did you finish that Hosea?
Yeah, I'm done with that. What you want?
Give me that Matthew 19 real quick.
I got you, right?
And the reason why I'm going to Matthew 19, right, is to show us that what I always talked about earlier, right, is that everything we always hear throughout the Bible, the law of Moses, 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 listen. And we realized what we was talking about earlier is that a lot of stuff that we was given, notice how the prophet always said, we read in Isaiah, we read in Amos, you know what I'm saying? We read all over that your feast days, your new moon, your Sabbath, you know what I'm saying? It vexed my soul, right? So even when we even dealing with divorce, guess what I found out, bro? It blew my mind when I found this one out. You hear me? I'm gonna start at verse 1. And it came to pass that when Jesus or Yeshua had finished, right? These says, and he departed from Galilee and he came into the coast of Judea beyond Jordan. And a great multitude followed him and healed them there. And here it goes. The Pharisees also came unto him, tempting him, and saying unto him, key word, is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause? You catch the case? There's a couple of tricks in that one little question. But check this out. And he answered and said unto them, have ye not read? He which made them at the beginning made them male and female. That'll fix a whole lot of these other genders. I ain't gonna go no further. Next verse. And he said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, not live with father and mother, not live with grandmother, not live that old shacking, leave father, leave mother, and cleave to his wife, and the twain two shall become one flesh. We know how that happens, right? Anatomically. Wherefore, there are no more twain or two, but are one flesh. What therefore God has joined together, let not man put asunder. Click on G5563 real quick, Malaki. Click on asunder real quick. Go back up. Up one.
You said asunder, right?
Asunder, yeah.
That's why I just clicked on it.
All right. My screen might have a small delay in it. Can you read it for me? Because I might have a small delay.
Yeah, it says, so outline the biblical usage. It said to separate, divide, part, put asunder, to separate oneself from, to depart, to leave a husband or wife of divorce, to depart, go away.
No separation, no divorce, no depart from. Listen, when you go back to Adam and Eve, right? And it made sense to me what he's saying. Have you heard from the beginning? Adam lost his eternal life. He lost the Garden of Eden. He had to die. He had the thorns and thistles. He had to work, labor. You hear me?
Wait a minute.
And if you read the lost books of Eden, Eve stepped out of there a few more times. And then she said, Adam, you know what, screw it, kill him. Because what we'll learn later on, you'll find out that the punishment of adultery is what? Death. She's like, look, you know what, Adam? I done screwed up too much. You know what? Kill me. You hear me? And go back to the garden. But you know that can't happen because the angel with the sword there, he wasn't going to get back in anyway.
But
he told the woman, you talk foolish. You flesh of my flesh and bone of my bone. But what I'm trying to tell y'all is this. How do we get a law of divorce when the Messiah just told you that there's no separate, no divide, no part from oneself, from your wife, husband, no going away? And we have an example of that. Adam, listen, we know the biblical order, God, man, woman, child, right? The closest thing to Satan was Eve. Even how to make a slave for 400 years, right? Make the man strong but weak, whoop him into an inch of his life in front of the woman and child, and she'll be good economics for 400 years. She'll teach the children how to be good economics. It's always been wise to get to the woman because the man's the one who God deals with. Eve was tempted and she was given the knowledge of good and evil first. So that means when she went to Adam, she had the knowledge of evil and good. Adam was still moving on good. He had that knowledge. He had no knowledge of good and evil yet. So she went to him with wicked means and intent. She brought wicked means and intent to her husband.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Mally, can you go back to that verse we was just in? Because don't they say God or Jesus was the word that became flesh, and without Jesus, nothing was made in the universe, right?
Yeah, you in John 1.
You go back up.
You in John 1.
Up. Don't it say, I think it's in verse 5 or 6, 4 maybe, where it said, in the beginning, right, it said, and he answered them, unto ye have ye not read that he which made them, right? So if it would have said, he would have said, if Jesus was really God and God is the creator, right? He would have said, and I made them at the beginning, right?
Ooh, that's good.
Look,
I see where you at.
Right? He didn't say that. He said somebody other than himself actually made man and male and female. But what he also says is in the beginning, meaning that at one time, male and female were made together, which contradicts the story in Genesis 1 and 2, where man was made first and then females was made later. Jesus is in the beginning. That in the beginning he made them male and female.
I got you. We'll hit that next, little bro. I got you. You know, we having a chop session. You know, we having fun today. You hear me? We'll hit that next because there are two different stories going on in 1 and 2.
Yeah. If the question is Jesus is God and God are the same thing,
Right.
They three
He
and
just
one.
said he that made them in the beginning. So he ain't including himself in making Adam and Eve in the beginning.
Right.
Exactly. What
He's
verse?
not
What verse
including
is that?
himself.
Verse 4.
Right. They say the word was a God. The word was the thing that was
And there was
created
not
flesh
nothing made.
and supposedly made everything.
Yeah, that's
Without
wait,
him,
that's
nothing was made. Ain't that what it said?
right.
Well,
That's John.
he admitting
John
right
1.
here it wasn't him.
Oh,
That was John's narrative of the Messiah. The Messiah didn't say that. That was John's narrative of the Messiah.
This was he whom has said. What exact verse was that? Cal P.
Matthew 9:4.
Oh, Matthew.
19
I'm
and
over
4.
here. I'm in John. Matthew 19:4. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So what Cal is letting us know is that the
that's
Messiah is not
Genesis.
claiming that he was the
John.
one. He's
Go ahead,
letting you know that somebody else made them. That's what Cal letting us know.
Yeah. Facts. The Creator. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Cal just saying, listen, the Messiah ain't saying that I am. There was somebody else who made it. And
Right.
hey James, Adam would have been a kinsman redeemer because there was nobody else there but him and Eve. Just quick reading on your side. But look, give me verse 5. And said, for this
Oh,
cause.
Ashby say something totally different.
Yeah, Adam ain't even Adam ain't a man. Adam is a race of people, right? That's what's really going on. This is why it gets confusing.
That's a deeper. Because they were told to replenish. So if you was told to replenish, you know what I'm saying? I mean, something else was here first. But that's deeper.
Yeah, what I'm saying is Adam isn't a single man. Adam didn't go to his wife. No, you dig what I'm talking about? Adam is a race of people, male and female. You dig what I'm talking about? But
hundreds of thousands of pairs.
Right. Millions of pairs.
Right.
Everywhere. So my thing is, if Adam is its own thing, man, wholly from earth, you dig what I'm talking about? Male and female of every type. You dig what I'm saying? Who the heck is Eve? That start to open up a whole basket of questions.
Cal, let me get this little point out. And I'll go deep with you. Because I agree. I'm not against what you're saying. I just want to point out this one thing about where we getting certain stuff from. You'll catch it in these next 2 or 3 verses. Check it out. Verse 7. And they said it to him, why did Moses then command? Not why the Creator, but why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorce and put her away? Did we catch that? Not the Creator. Under all these years until this time, we've been divorcing, but the Creator never gave us a law of divorce. And he said unto them, Moses, here we go, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered you to put away your wives. But from the beginning, it was not so. Wow. Chip off of that. Don't put asunder. And even Paul, plant back off of that and say, listen, if your wife departs from you, they are not remarried. Because if they do, you commit adultery. You feel me? You have power over your wife as long as you live, as long as the man living. You see what I'm saying? So what you thought you got from God under divorce never came from God. It came from Moses. And I say unto you, so he expounds on it. Shall you put his wife away, except it be fornication or a sexual sin or whatever like that, sexual or whatever? Then you already know you're going off. Ain't that crazy? The whole thing that we thought about divorce never came from the Creator at all.
Yeah, so that simply means that every law that you read in Torah or everything that you read ain't right. So if you read the Bible, you got to critically examine it. You know what I mean? You got to critically examine the scriptures and then make your decision on it, because everybody picks and chooses. You're gonna find a scripture on both sides of the aisle, no matter what topic it is. You know what I mean? Jamia, no, it wasn't even a question about divorce. It was Nehemiah showing that even though there's a law supposedly written by Moses that you can put your woman away for burning your eggs, Yahshua was like, no, stop putting these women away for all that. You know what I mean? From the beginning, it was never that. You know what I mean? Moses broke that down because you niggas is hard-headed. You know what I mean? But from the beginning, it wasn't. Okay, so is somebody readjusting the so-called teaching that had been running rampant amongst them for years, and he letting it be known, even though it's written down in Bible, it is not right. That's all he's saying right there. You read
exactly.
It's written there, but it ain't right though.
Right.
And because we got
my eggs ain't cooked good, or she didn't fold my
tell people that today it sounds like that's exactly what Yahshua it showed y'all. Yeah, Moses got that written down, but it's wrong though.
That's crazy.
It's wrong,
and it didn't come from Creator.
It wasn't given from the Almighty Creator, the God Maker. If y'all getting some understanding so far, y'all dropping 3,000 in chat for the Arc Cycle of Cosmod, man. CGG still cooking. Let's work. Y'all get y'all a little water, stretch your feet. We right back at it. We just getting warmed up. Let's work.
And hey, Bruce, that scapegoat is in Leviticus 16, 9 through 11. If you want to hit that real quick. Leviticus 16, 9 through 11.
Yeah, that's the passage he brought up.
And if you want, we can hit a few, because everybody say, because the same Bruce, young Bruce Jakarta called me to my I'm still banging the Bible, I'm talking about in the blood of Jesus.
Oh,
I
wow.
said, man.
Red flag, homie.
And you heard me. What did you say, Bruce? He said, red flag, homie.
Yeah, man, for real. Like, any God that's asking for sacrifices of blood is a false God. Period. Like, that's easy. That's easy.
Any God asking for prayer is a false God. Hey, as a matter of fact, let me see something. Let me show that real quick. No, you know what? Let's just stay in the Bible. Since they want to stay in the Bible, we'll just stay over here. We ain't gotta bring nothing else.
Yep.
I mean, if nothing else, we can go into Leviticus. You dig what I'm talking about? 17:7, and just show that they was praising demons, right? Praising the devils. Now, my thing is, okay, you was praising the devil, right? Show me a time where you stopped praising these same ones. Because didn't it also say, I ain't gonna let you call me Baalim, but I thought you stopped praising the devil.
Yeah, that was a cold.
So that means later on, was that Isaiah or is it Hosea, where he say, you're not gonna call me Baalim no more? It's been going on since Genesis.
The Lord, my Lord. Yeah, that's all.
Y'all told me y'all was gonna stop way back in Leviticus. It said you would no longer go a whoring for the devils in Leviticus, but you didn't even stop in Hosea.
Even up to this day, you hear me? Even up to this very day, bro.
My thing is, wake up, Israel.
Wake up.
It's not that worshiping Uncle Ball.
Wake up, homeboy.
And again, like what Cal been saying earlier about Aaron and the Leviticans and the Levites, right? Man, bro, Cal been tagging that man for so long, man. Look, check out Cal channel, man. Hey, piece of my brother, he be banging it out. You hear me? Hey, look, this is the high priest that gave you your first idol, and then we supposed to be in utterance unto him, and you wonder why they was killing the prophets. You hear me? Because the prophets trying to bring you that truth and that light, and then you got the sons of Aaron giving you blood and sickness, death. Hey man, giving you the false deities and everything. But check this out, and I put the link in there for Scapegoat, so you can see what our brother Lou was saying, man, about the Azel. It's right there, that word scapegoat. It won't say his name in the reading, but if you click on that H5799, it said plain as day.
Azazel.
Bro, I ain't lying, bro.
You notice it's right there.
Hey, click on that link I put in there, bro. Lou is not. Hey, you click on that H5799.
It's right here on,
bro.
right
Hey,
here on
bro,
the screen.
bro, hit it. Hey, Lou, go ahead and read that, bro. I had pulled that for you because you had brought that out.
It says, and Aaron shall offer his bullock of the sin offering, for which is for himself, so it's for him, and make an atonement for himself, so he's making atonement for himself and for his house. And he shall take the 2 goats and present them before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, 1 lot for the Lord and 1 other lot for the scapegoat. So right there, you already got them doing divination, because you know the priest did divination by lots, even though they tell you not to do divination.
Levi still around. All right, never mind.
It wasn't even for Israel, like what bro said, bro. It wasn't for Israel.
That's crazy.
It was, and everybody running around here talking about the Day of Atonement. That's why the Most High said, bro, I am sick of your feast, your assembly, your songs, your sacrifices.
And I think later on they had to start pushing the goat off the cliff, because I think before they would just send it out in the wilderness. This is not written down in the text, and the text is just they put it out in the wilderness. But I think later on in the Midrashic text or whatever, they have to push it off the cliff, because the goat is supposed to have the sins of the people and go out in the wilderness, basically saying that the sins are to go out in chaos in the wasteland and shit like that, where the demon was locked away. But what happens to the goat comes back into the community, or where somebody finds the goat and thinks it's a lost goat and brings it back into the community. The people's sin come back, and that means the ritual fails. So later on, they had to start pushing the goat off the cliff. I don't think it says that in the actual Torah to do that, but later on they started doing that. They started pushing off the cliff to make sure that it wouldn't come back. But it's still for the Azazel, you know what I mean, for that demonic entity.
Yeah, and I believe in the Torah, but they actually slaughtered it, I think.
Yeah, so
Strong's H5799. Azazel. Azazel.
That's crazy.
But see, the story in Enoch of the angels, really, that's just the story of the fallen angels. That's
right there. Gotta scroll down. It's right there. It tells you fallen angel.
Yeah.
It tells you right there. Fallen angel.
Yeah, in the book of Jasher, I believe Azazel appeared as a bird in front of Abraham, and the righteous angel that was rocking with Abraham told him, "Don't talk to Azazel, because he'll trick you up in your words, and you won't, you know what I mean, you know, he'll have you in confusion." He said, "Don't even talk to him." And I think that's the book. That's the book of Jasher.
Yeah. Hey, but check this out though. What Mally is highlighting, you know, he ain't doing it under my unction. But check this out. Ain't that a form of removing sin without blood?
What?
Entire removal of sin and guilt from sacred places into a desert on the back of a goat. Symbol of entire forgiveness.
Yeah.
With no blood. You did not need the blood of Jesus, did you?
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Knows what it say. It's a fallen angel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means the day of the Day of Atonement ritual has to do with a fallen angel.
Oh my God! Oh,
look.
I'll be right back. I'm going to give me some water. I need to cool myself.
Azazel was a fallen angel,
Like
demonic entity. No bull, like easy search to find it. Look at those will say right here. It says most proper name of spirit hunting desert. A fallen angel. Leviticus 16:8, being late.
Dang.
CAG, who derived from Azazel, as in Jewish angelology, study of angels, were probably based on interpretation of Leviticus 16:8, named not elsewhere. And then it says twice in verse Leviticus 16:26, in ritual day of atonement.
Wow.
So the Day of Atonement that everybody claim they celebrating is a ritual to a fallen angel.
Azazel.
That's
the don't even know they praising Azazel. That's not
Azazel is symbolic for entire removal of sins.
And that's why Divine made that video, because he realized that, and he made the video tell you about what you're doing. If it's the Day of Atonement.
Hey, look what the Bruce said, man. He said, no wonder some ghosts migrate to the mountains.
But you know that story, the stories in Enoch about the fallen angels, that's just the biblical writers vilifying the angels, because you know in Owaspi, that's how we got spiritual enlightenment, was through the mating of angels and humans. So really the biblical writers are just vilifying those angels, because they didn't agree with that concept.
Right.
With the Elohim, and that came from the Elohim. That's what Jesus had to tell one of the scribes, that does not your law say that you are gods, harkening back to Genesis 1, saying that, you know, the Elohim made man and woman, male and female, in their image. So and we were to link that back to Owaspi, the Elohim would have been the angels that came during the time of Atlantis.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? So, and to answer Cal's question from earlier with Genesis, what he was saying was right as far as Adam and Eve being archetypes. Critically speaking, is what the elder earlier, I can't see your name, Nehemiah, what he was saying earlier, critically speaking, is two different creation accounts, if you want to get technical, like critically. But if you want to tie it together esoterically, then yeah, humans, male and female, were created first. Adam were created in Genesis 1. And that was by the Elohim. And then you have Yahweh Elohim, which is the creator, you know, Yahweh, Lord of gods, or Yahweh of gods. And then Adam are the male and females from Genesis 1. For my studies, Eve would be an archetype for the angels, because Eve is the helpmate. Remember that in the Owaspi, man had to be taught how to walk upright. And the angels were
exactly.
And also
exactly.
And also, you know, spirituality with seances and shit like that. The whole Eve coming from the rib is not an actual rib, esoterically speaking. You know, when spirituals will have seances, and some of them were fraudulent, but basically they will say accounts that when spirits will come forth, they will come out of the sides of the person. That's what it means from Eve coming forth from the rib, that basically the spirits were taking form from the side of the Adam, the humans. And if you read Owaspi, you will know how to correlate that, because you know that they were able to manipulate the subatomic particles in the air, because the atmosphere was different at that time. And also they would have been able to manipulate the cytoplasm of the cells and then come forth from the sides of the humans. So that's like what Nehemiah was saying, and Kyle, that's how you dig deeper into the text.
Hey, bro, I love it.
Wow.
See some of this right here?
Shot, boy. That boy dropped some bombs right now.
Woo!
He laid back and shit, man.
Man,
Look at this right
I'm
here.
saluting you right now. I wish you could see it. But man, I'm gonna turn my camera on. Wait a minute, I gotta make sure my room.
Hey, so look at this right here.
I'm saluting you, bro. Man, boy, hey, Lou. Perfect breakdown, bro.
I was just helping Kyle out because I know when he was asking, I didn't know if he knew. He was asking a question he already knew to see if everybody else knew, or he wanted to know.
Yeah. I was asking the question I already knew. Yeah, that's what it begs to ask the question. If Adam is male and female, right? Well, then who is Eve?
Yeah, it's an archetype for the angels.
It's just a question to make you think. And you are actually right on point.
And we know in Owaspy that spirituality is personified as female, as feminine.
Fact.
You know, so,
y'all check this out real quick. This is the Wikipedia dealing with Azazel, right? Look at this. It says in the Hebrew Bible, the name Azazel represents a desolate place where a scapegoat during this bearing the sins of the Jews was sent during the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur. During the late Second Temple period, after the closure of the Hebrew Bible canon, Azazel came to be viewed as a fallen angel, responsible for introducing humans to forbidden knowledge as described in the Book of Enoch. His role as a fallen angel partly remains in Christian and Islamic traditions, Torah. In the Hebrew Bible, the term is used 3 times in chapter 16 of the book of Leviticus, where 2 male goats were to be sacrificed to Yahweh, and one of the 2 was selected by lot, for Yahweh is seen as speaking through the lots. 1 goat is selected by lot and sent into the wilderness for Azazel. This goat was then cast out into the desert as a part of Yom Kippur. So this is the ritual, Day of Atonement. The scapegoat ritual can be traced back to 2400 BCE Ebla, where it spread throughout the ancient Near East. Y'all, this ain't even original to no Israelite type of nothing. You dealing with the Ebla tablets, you dealing with Canaan, you dealing with all that, and those would say 2400 BC. Well, guess what? Israel didn't get up out of captivity in Egypt to 1553 BC.
Hey, Malachi. What's that passage that talks about where the Most High says that I haven't dealt with any other nation like Israel? They haven't got the revelation.
I have not known any other nation. Amos 3:3.
Okay, so basically what that is saying is that it's saying that the religion and the culture of Israel is unique, but what you're seeing that is not so unique.
It's not, because if Yom Kippur and the scapegoat goes back to 2400 BCE and Israel was the nation to 1553 BCE, that means they adopted this practice from the surrounding nations.
Exactly.
Bag drop.
Same thing with other shit. Just like in Psalms or whatever, you got in the ancient Near East, the stuff with the chaos and the slaying of the serpent, whether it be Typhon or Tiamat, you got Yahweh slaying the Leviathan. It's the same thing. Why are these stories in there? You know what I'm saying? Why are if you're so unique, why are your myths echoing the myths of other cultures? If you're that unique, if the Most High is not dealt with you like he has any other nation, why are you echoing their shit?
He sure look like them other nations. Body bag, boy.
Look at y'all,
and then let's not forget. Let's not forget. They're in Egypt. That means if we're practicing scapegoatism in Egypt, right? They're in a time that they shouldn't even be there. 2400 is before the time of Abraham, per the Hebrew calendar.
Look at this ritual. I think we're gonna get some of this ritual right here, y'all. You dig? And we just verified in history that the scapegoat Azazel ritual can be traced back to those who came with the Ebla tablets, 2400 BC, meaning it was already going on.
Right.
And take notice, Ebla is way up in Syria.
And like you said too, the Kohen were priests of Egypt. So this practice here in Leviticus, coming at it, from the Kohen, obviously is an Egyptian practice.
Yeah, wasn't no Israelites there. So the Bible say, per the biblical narrative, ain't no Israelites there yet.
Look at this right here, man. Look at this whole ritual. It say, dang, that's crazy, man, because we Israelites celebrating all that, man. The Day of Atonement, the Tabernacle. We show them the atonement ritual. We show them the Tabernacle and how You niggas wasn't keeping the Feast of Tabernacles in the wilderness for 40 years. You were serving pagan gods doing it. We showing how you still calling on Baal.
Yep.
We're using Bible doing this. Even fallen demon or angel Azazel was part of your Day of Atonement ritual. Man, this thing keeps getting bloody and bloody and bloody, brother. Like,
and then the crazy part is the whole ritual to a god is false. Period. It don't matter if he go to any god whatsoever.
Right. Period.
Anything.
It's false.
Any
anyway.
of that is all false. So you fighting the fault to hold on to the fake shit.
Anyway, look what he got to do.
Don't matter which ceremony you trying to apply, it's all fake and to a god and not the creator of gods.
Yeah. Look at this. And he shall take the 2 goats and present them before Yahweh at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron shall cast lots, do some divination upon the 2 goats. One lot.
Aaron right there being an archetype, y'all. They not talking about the literal man.
Right. One lot for Yahweh, another lot for the scapegoat or Azazel. One lot for Yahweh, and the other lot for the Azazel. It hit different when you read it like that, don't it? And Aaron shall bring the goat upon which Yahweh's lot fell, and offer him for a sin offering. Chop his damn head off, chop his legs off, quarter him off, drop that blade to his chest cavity, cut out organs, cut fat off, pour blood border, you know the regular. You know that
Hit it with some Old Bay and some paprika. You hit that nigga with that Lorry seasoning.
Just another day in the office for the Kohen.
Man.
Look at this. It didn't say, but the goat on which, or Azazel, the goat on which the lot failed to be the Azazel, will be presented alive before Yahweh to make an atonement with him, and let him go for a Azazel into the wilderness. And Aaron shall bring the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and shall make an atonement for himself and for his house, and shall kill the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself. And he shall take.
So they do both.
Man. And he shall take a censer
full
burning coals of fire from off the altar before Yahweh, and hands full of sweet incense beaten small, and bring it within the veil.
I thought he said he ain't like incense.
He said incense are an abomination. Look at this. Look what Aaron doing though. Look at this. And he shall put the incense upon the fire before Yahweh, that the cloud cover the mercy seat that is upon the testimony, that he died not. This is the whole Day of Atonement ritual, the Azazel and all that. And he shall take of the blood of the bullock. So now you're playing with blood. Sprinkle it with his finger upon the mercy seat eastward. And before the mercy seat shall he sprinkle of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then shall he kill the goat of the sin that is for the people, and bring his blood within the veil, and do with that blood as he did with the blood of the bullock.
But remember, earlier it was supposed to be for Aaron.
And before the mercy seat, and he shall make an atonement. All that plain and all that blood. And he shall make an atonement for the holy place because of the uncleanness of the children of Israel, and because of their transgressions and all their sins. And so shall he do for the tabernacle of the congregation that remains among them in the midst of their uncleanness. Good night, boy.
Woo! Wait, Mally, hold on. 2 things real quick.
Talk to me.
One thing is both of the animals was doomed, because the one that they let go free, he was sent to the false fallen angel, right?
Right.
So that goat doomed, and then the bullock got slaughtered. So that's both of them was doomed off top. But then I was gonna have you pull up if you wanted to. You don't have to. But Lection 33 in the Gospel of the Holy 12, This whole ritual is condemned by Yahshua or Aisu.
I'm pulling it up for you. I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeshua dealt with this issue because the disciples pressed him about a question they had concerning the sacrifices in the temple. Because the priest actually was teaching that, you got to sacrifice and all the blood for the sin. So the disciples pressed Yeshua was like, yo, is that true? Does the blood sacrifice of the law take away sin? And Yeshua told him straight up, brother, no, sir. No, sir, Bob. No blood of no beast, bird, or man can take away sin. For how can it? It actually increases the condemnation of a man. Because now you didn't commit a sin. Now you didn't kill something on top of your sin. You added to your consequence. You see what I'm saying? Yeshua broke that down in the Gospel of the Holy 12, Lection 33. So he condemned that whole. He knocked that false god Azazel worship out way back then. Because Nazarites can't even touch blood. You can't touch nothing dead being Nazir. You talking about twiddling blood between your fingertips and sprinkling it with your finger. A Nazarite couldn't even do that. That went against the whole practice of the Nazarite faith. So, yeah, Yeshua broke that down for his disciples in that Gospel of the Holy 12. I thought that was crazy. When I first read that.
Well, that begs to ask the question, Prince Judavon. If a Nazarite, right, who enters the temple, and can't touch blood, right? They gotta be something different than what a Levitican is, who slaughters blood to go into the temple.
Clearly,
slaughters things to go, because one can touch it, one can't.
We had a whole different priesthood arrangement in the Nazarene situation. The system and order of the Nazir was totally opposite, literally.
Totally opposite.
And the reason being because they serve the Creator, not Baal and Azazel. You take what I'm saying? Their instructions was coming from the one that said, I'm life to all, liberty, happiness, harmony, love to all my creation without the harm or sacrifice to nothing and nobody. Yeah. That's the difference. They came up out of Egypt with that practice unto Azazel and all that. The Nazir came from the true Israelites, not the Leviticans, not the hangers on. You know what I'm talking about? Who didn't know creators. Go ahead.
You ever notice that the prophets always got to go to the people, or the people got to go to the prophets? The prophets are not where the people are.
Yeah, they're on the outside. They're outsiders.
Where their scenes were.
Yeah, they all were. Yeah, they were not all of them, but the ones, the faithless, the children of light, they weren't the king's people. They would be outside those places, and they definitely didn't serve.
They were somewhere else.
Yeah, so they had to remain separate. At one point, all of Israel were faithless, and then Baal, Ashtaroth, corrupting the priesthood and shit like that, and then the kings, and then the majority of the people became corrupt, and they became the king's people. Yep. So they had to separate themselves. That's why you had the school of the prophets, the children of the prophets. They had their own thing going. They were outside of that. Even so much of the Nazarenes, like Epiphanius speaks about, says that they don't even acknowledge the Torah we got. They don't even think this is not even their legislation. They know about Adam, Eve, Enoch, Moses, Noah, all these people, but as far as these stories, these laws or whatever, they say they're forgeries. They have some other law that they didn't have. So they didn't deal with none of that. They didn't deal with the altar. That's where you have Josiah. Josiah's reform, and they killed the priests of the high places, and it tells you that the priests of the high places they killed. It says, though they didn't serve at the altar, they ate bread with their fellow priests. Because remember, when they came before they came out of Egypt, the whole Passover lamb, the memorial after was to observe unleavened bread, the feast of unleavened bread, not to continuously kill lamb all the time.
And so remember in the who revealed that to Moses?
Once that
the female Egyptian priestess revealed that to Moses.
She revealed what?
about the showbread. Huh?
Yeah, the memorial was to eat the bread. That was the memorial.
They was the angel creator was telling her not to eat it. Right? They gave a different instruction for the showbread and the candles and the basin and all that. You dig what I'm talking about? And he told her to go tell Moses. Creator said, and he gonna marvel at what you saying.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it's a female Egyptian priestess who told him. We gotta remember, Egypt was lit. Egypt was lit at that time. It was Suez everywhere. Remember, they had literal angels walking around with them. Literal. They would come down and take over bodies. That's what part of the whole process of what happened in the pyramids. The soul or the spirit of the person in the trance would get swapped out with the angelic being. He'd come down here and do what the hell he wanted to do.
That's wild.
Oh wait,
that was going on regularly.
Yeah, man. Oh, you got that 33 there now.
There it is right here.
I see.
There it is right here.
Man, that's this right here. So fire, flames, light bombs coming from Yahshua, man. Check this out, man. This mug say, by the shedding of blood of others is no remission of sin. Aisu, y'all know Aisu mean one that can hear and see spirits. We already know that. But Aisu was teaching his disciples in the outer court of the temple, and one of them said unto him, Master, it's said by the priest that without the shedding of blood there is no remission. Can then the blood offering of the law take away sin? Aisu answered, no blood offering of beast or bird or man can take away sin. For how can the conscience be purged from sin by the shedding of innocent blood? Nay, it will increase the condemnation. So just that one verse alone right there bodies that a whole false deity. You see what I'm saying? That's getting people to believe that this is the gospel of Jesus is the blood of the lamb. He said no lamb, no beast, no bird, no man blood can take away sin. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? It's actually going to actually add to your wickedness. You made it worse. You didn't do no good.
The Zazel rituals, the actual goat that got slaughtered for Aaron, and then the goat that got slaughtered for the people. All your sin offerings, all the blood, whether it's man or beast. You ain't did nothing but stack your sins.
Man, Annie up.
And if you peep, even just by taking life, you're adding, iniquity, but also the act of killing something else for your own self-preservation is a form of selfishness.
And it's dishonorable. Matter of fact, why would you take somebody else in place of something you did wrong? You got to let that really resonate. If you're a real man, a real one, you gonna handle your shit. Excuse my language. You know what I mean? If I spill the milk, I'm gonna clean it up. But for you to accept another man dying for you when you did something wrong, that's totally that's a jellyback situation. Yeah, you a sucker for that. You know what I mean? So a real man say, nah, man, I messed up. Let me go up here and clean this up.
So I want y'all to see on the other side too. This is one of the reasons why Christ, Buddha, and Brahma were allowed to succeed in their scheme, because they stopped the blood worshiping and all that stuff, and the oracle worship and all that stuff. They was allowed to do what they was doing in a way to stop this sin that was being applied to man. You dig what I'm talking about?
Look what else that deal say. That deal say the priest indeed receive, or the Kohen indeed receive such offerings,
Right.
reconciliation of the worshipers for the trespasses against the law of Moses. But for sins against the law of God, there can be no remission, save or
There
only
you go.
repentance and amendment. Stop doing what you're doing and correct it.
That's right.
You
That's
know?
honorable. You know what I mean? And by that you have your own glory, in which you give praise to the Creator, but you overcame something, so you can level up in that sense. But to start off and stuff every time you make a mistake is crazy work.
Look.
Some gotta die.
Go back to verse 1 real quick, Mally. They're making a distinction too, that the priest and what they're doing is two different things.
That's right.
Because he say it is said by the priest, right? So what the priest is saying and what the Messiah is saying is two different things. So right there, that lets you know that the priest ain't part of what Yeshua really got going on.
At all. Totally opposite.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite. And that's the key. You dig what I'm talking about? That's the key. When you're talking about a people of light, they can't be doing darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Look
That's,
what else
that's the giveaway.
That's right, bro. That's right and correct. Look what it say. Is it not written in the prophets? Put your blood sacrifices to your burnt offerings and away with them, and cease ye from the eating of flesh.
Woo!
I spake not, I didn't speak to your fathers, nor commanded them when I brought them out of Egypt concerning these things.
Quoting Jeremiah.
You wasn't even Jeremiah
and Amos.
Yeah.
You wasn't commanded about none of this shit coming up out of Egypt, man. So when was it at? See? I'm telling y'all, bro.
That's why he asked you, who told you that?
But see, listen, that's why I think, see, because remember in the Owaspi, it was Gabriel that inspired Ezra to compile the Torah. But it was also the Persians that told Ezra to do it. So, Gabriel knew. It doesn't say this in the Owaspi. I speculate this because Gabriel was going back and forth for Lulman at the time. Lulman had his promises he never followed through with. So I believe Gabriel purposely compiled the Tanakh in that way so he can later on expose it. I think he knew all the contradictions were going to be in there. The doublets of stories. That's a speculation of mine because you're not going to read that in the Owaspi, but you do know that Gabriel inspired him.
Well, to hint towards what you're saying, though, it does say they were sent back to the enemies of Israel to copy their versions of the text. So that do kind of hint to what you're talking about, that somebody sent them back there to convince them or whatever to, they went to the enemy to get the history.
Well, yeah, because the Torah wasn't around during Ezra's time. It was already burnt by the Babylonians. So he had to go get different law codes, and obviously he plagiarized different stories. It would have been easy for him to do that because the Persians had control damn near the whole Near East. So he would have access to libraries and things of that nature. When you look at the Tanakh, the way that it is a composite work. There's a bunch of different independent sources that they stitch together. And if you know how to read it, how to identify it with the language, the writing styles, or whatever, you can tell. Just like when y'all reading about the Azazel, we were all reading about the Azazel goat. When Malachi was reading, if you noticed earlier, the goat is for the bullock is for Aaron and his sin. For his
I noticed
later on, when Malachi was reading, it said it was for the people. And then you might have heard me come in, but he kept reading. Now it's for the people. That's Ezra and them coming in and trying to make it flow. They're trying to take these separate traditions that are competing, and they're trying to stitch it together and make them flow together when they really don't. You got that in the
Man,
flood account, the Genesis account, two different creation
right,
stories between
But let me
one.
blow your mind.
Uh,
Let me blow your mind. Why were they so able to go to Egypt, right, into Assyria and all these places? Is because we got to remember the Persians ran Egypt at the time.
exactly. That's what I said earlier.
And
That's why he was able to go in.
from between 500 to 4, even longer than that. But
Yeah.
in the time we're talking about, to the Great Sanhedrin in 450 to 496 at the beginning of its compiling,
Yeah.
Cambyses and all these niggas is on the throne in Egypt.
Yeah. Ezra's a Persian agent. So is Nehemiah.
Come on.
He's a Persian courtier.
Mm-hmm.
They come at John Balanubro for being a dentist. I'm like, but your dude's a whole agent. What the fuck is you talking about?
But like, and the crazy part is, when he had the chance to leave, he stayed.
Yeah, because he had to compile it.
And became a banker.
Yeah, I was glad you said that. That's another thing that's where the whole the birth of the world banking system started in reality.
Right in Babylon.
Man,
because that's who started it was a Rockefeller. So even Revelation tells you, I know that they who say they're Jews, but they're not, but they're actually synagogue of Satan. So it's all that shit was in Babylon. They did that. They were taught their stories and all that. You know what I mean? When they went into captivity. So when Ezra had to remake the Tanakh, he had to write it. He had to go about getting the different law codes and stories from what was left. And then the rest, he just interwove it with plagiarizations of Egyptian stories. And, we already know in the Owaspi that Genesis and Exodus comes from the Egyptian.
Right.
He just copied from them and gave them a Hebrew flavor, So,
and we get a lot of it out of the Lost Books of Anki, 7 Days of Creation myth, the Atrahasis, Gilgamesh.
And like you said, he would have been able to do that because the Persians had control, and since he was an agent, he would have been allowed to go to these places.
Facts.
Dang, he was an enemy of Israel the whole time.
I remember when they were in the land. It was they were in the land. There was a story where the people they were already building a temple, and they went and they ratted them out. Those of Judah went ratting them out to what's his name? Mithradati.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they ratted the Israelites out. They ratted the natives out to the Persians.
Yeah, I remember that story. Yep.
Another Persian.
Man, bro, it gets so deep, it's crazy. Let's get on your boy Cyrus too, because he's another one. You know what I mean? And then you got a lot of people that champion Cyrus and claim that the creator is the one that's behind him. You know what I mean? Now look at this proclamation in the Bible, and then we're gonna read, what the Cyrus cylinder actually says. All right. Now, if you know, look, we're in Ezra. I see that. We in Ezra. All right. I'm saying that Ezra is a Persian. He's an officer of the Persian courts.
Man, he the first Paulus Saulus.
now look at this. And then we're going to read what the Cyrus cylinder is really about. All right. Cyrus's proclamation, Ezra 1:1. Now, in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom and put it also in writing, saying, now this proclamation, y'all, is actually in a British museum to this day. It's called the Cyrus cylinder. Don't worry about it. We're going to read about it. Look at this. Now, according to the Bible, this is what Cyrus said in this Cyrus cylinder. And right, look what it said. Thus saith Cyrus, king of Persia, Yahweh, God of heaven, have given me all the kingdoms of the earth. Really? And he have charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Yahudah. Who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him. And let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Yahudah, and build the house of Yahweh, El of Israel. He is the God, in parentheses, which is in Jerusalem. Now, Now, right here is basically saying that Yahweh used Cyrus as a vessel, and even off Cyrus' own mouth, he letting it be known that Yahweh, the God of Israel, he is the true God.
Yeah,
right?
when you
Now,
cylinder.
let's get into the Cyrus cylinder because there is an actual artifact that Cyrus, the king of Persia, put in
You
the
gonna
right.
hurt Malachi, you gonna hurt somebody, bro.
Yeah. We're gonna hurt somebody's feelings today. Watch this. Because all this goes back into all these different gods pump faking like they created.
Right.
Ancient Cyrus cylinder, ancient clay cylinder. The Cyrus cylinder is an ancient clay cylinder now broken into several pieces on which is written an Achaemenid royal inscription in Akkadian cuneiform script in the name of the Persian king Cyrus. Look at this. Look at this. What you think it's a game? What you think we playing? Look at this. Cyrus. Cyrus the Great, the founder of the Achaemenid Empire. Worshipped who? Marduk.
Oh, wait.
Marduk.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
It was by
What does it
Marduk's
say?
power.
A Babylonian god during his reign. The Cyrus cylinder, the Cyrus cylinder discovered in 1879 reflects his policies and his relationship with who? Marduk.
False God killers in the building, boy. Expose them.
Dang, look at this.
Only matter.
In the cylinder.
Only he can do that. Marduk.
Hold on, y'all. This is quick. I got it. Let's check it. Hold on.
Remember, false gods usurp other names. If they overcome the God in any place, they become it.
Look at this. The Cyrus cylinder discovered in 1879 reflects his policies and his relationship with Marduk. Not Yahweh, y'all. Marduk. Look at it. Hey, my computer keep tripping. It says, in the cylinder, Cyrus praises himself as a benefactor to the Babylonians and acknowledges Marduk as his benefactor, restoring worship of Marduk and the Babylonian deities. This text is significant as it portrays Cyrus as a liberator and a protector of the people of who? Babylon.
Wow, man. That's just...
aligning with the traditional view of his role in Babylonian history. But hold on, y'all. It gets worse.
It get worse.
What Cyrus called the Messiah by the biblical God?
It's the only one called the Messiah.
Oh, good. Hold on. I'm going to do this and get off somewhere. Hold on. I'm going to get on out the way. I know.
The only one called the Messiah.
I know. It's taken out. You gonna get took out. I know. Look at this. God uses Cyrus. But we just seen Cyrus was under the unction of a Marduk and the Babylonian deities. Look at this. Thus saith Yahweh to his anointed. His who? His anointed. Let's click on what is anointed. Cosmon Cal. Hold on. What is anointed in the Hebrew? The Hebrew. Okay. Hold on. Let's look anointed up real quick. Now you want to run slow. Hold on. We can't let you skip past us like this. Thus saith Yahweh to his anointed, to Cyrus.
His Messiah.
Huh?
Say it ain't so.
What's going on? This deal. Well, now you want to move slow. Here we go. H4899 for y'all that can read this block Hebrew. Read them and we. What is it say?
Hold on, share this. You gotta flip the screen, Mally.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Mashiach.
Hold on.
Mashiach.
Hold on. Hold on. Then you can choke on your cats and all that. You can say it just like this. Hold on. Here we go.
Strong's H 4899. Mashiach.
Somebody done spilt their Melishevitz.
Would that say anointed or who?
Messiah.
Messiah. of Messiah, Messianic Prince of who?
Cyrus. No. Wow. Say it ain't so. That mug say Cyrus.
Nigga, that deal said Cyrus, a Marduk worshiper.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait. Well, now we know one of the names usurped by the false god. Let's go find out who this false god is. Hey, Mally, share my screen.
Gotcha.
Because let's go see who really inspires Cyrus.
Bro. Let me finish this verse. Thus saith Yahweh to his Messiah, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have holden to subdue nations before him. And I will loose the loins of kings to open before him the two lead gates, and the gates shall not be shut. The God pump fake right here is Marduk, y'all. It is not the creator at all.
Hadouken.
Oh, wait. My brother Cosmo.
Bag drop.
Share something. Hold on. Let me add this to stage. I got you, bro. I got you.
Right? Because remember, we talking about who inspired Cyrus to go and conquer. Right?
Marduk finna get the Hadouken.
Right? Now he said he's a Marduk praiser. But remember, these false entities can come in any shape, form, figure, or name. Let's see who it really is. 20 and 12. Blow it up some more.
Yeah, just a little bit if you can.
Blow it up some more.
Just a little bit if you can. If not, we're gonna roll with it.
Let me see.
That boy Mally ain't got his specs on.
Nah, man, my whatchamacallit, I can't figure out how to.
That boy need them
auto
if it's off screen, don't worry about it, Cal.
That's good right there.
All right. And it said Luamong. Or maybe I should go up a little bit for context, right?
Please do. Please.
Let's go up to 20 and 10. Book of Esdras. It says Baal, on the other hand, has sent hundreds of millions of his warring angels down to the earth to Hellas, which we would know at this time is ancient Greece. To the Hellenic dynasties and to the west regions of Europe, right? And to the Israelites as well, inspiring mortals to war against the East kingdoms, especially Babylon and Dashrath. You know where Dashrath is? India. Right up at the top. Modern day, it's India. You dig what I'm talking about? Cities, right? That at the time, before Marduk, this is how we know this is later, right? Because Babylon and Dashrath were two mighty cities in the dominion of the goddess Ashtaroth. So this is obviously before 480 BC and the Battle of Thermopylae, because that's when she gets thrown in hell.
Okay. Yep.
Right? So let's go down. Right? And the two armies of mortals were moved forth by the armies of angels, whom they did not see. The war raged east and west and north and south. And watch this. And Luamong, the triune God, aka the Christ, from the Christ, Buddha, Brahma, triune.
Yeah, I gotta read Owaspy to know what we talking about.
To learn about the real Trinity.
Yeah.
Luamong, who we commonly know as the nigger riding that nag in Revelations 19 and 11, who y'all call Christ today.
Facts.
Luamong, the triune, said, I will spoil them both. I will send an angel army of warriors down to the middle kingdoms. To the great tyrant, who?
Cyrus.
I, Luamong, aka the false god Christ. This is why he's saying he did it. Y'all didn't know this. Look, right? I'm going to expire, right? Down to the middle kingdoms of the tyrant Cyrus. I will possess the oracles and direct Cyrus to march against Persia.
Yeah, I was having a triple threat match with Baal and Astaroth.
Yep. And he shall make an alliance with the Greeks. Did this happen? Yep.
That's powerful, man. That's powerful.
This is proven in history that Cyrus made Babylon made a pact with the Greeks, and they both went against Persia. At the start of with the start of the Xerxes.
Yeah, so Astaroth came later and broke it up.
Yep. She would have been at the time the god Xerxes, Artaxerxes, who is the guy of 300 fame, right? Yeah, around 480-ish. Yeah, it's around 480-ish. And to 488, 480-ish. And she would have still been the patron god. But at that battle, she loses. And right immediately after that, Marduk. We got Marduk. When she was she's still known as Astera. The prior god who Artaxerxes and them was still praising was literally by the name Astera.
Also Sukkoth from what Malachi and them were talking earlier.
And then look at the cities he say he's gonna conquer. All that stuff. He say he gonna conquer it all. And hey, the nigga Luamon wasn't no hoe.
Man, bro, that's what I'm saying. And then hiding his name Marduk. Bro, it's crazy.
And he had the baddest nigga on his side. He had Gabriel.
Yeah, it's real with him, boy.
That nigga Allah wasn't no joke.
I'm saying that's the story of Lucifer right there. That's where it comes from.
Come on.
Lucifer.
When you find out Lucifer is Luamong and they mean the same thing, it just hit different.
Man, the Owaski, man. Sheesh, the history of the higher and lower heavens.
Let me share this with y'all real quick. Watch this.
So much so that Lucifer is the king of Babylon in Isaiah.
Right, so I'm saying, don't you? Look at this right here, y'all. This is Marduk, according to Wikipedia, right?
Cats think we don't know what we're talking about. We know. It's just,
man, look, I put you credit game, faithful brothers and sisters against anybody in this earth. I'm telling you. You know what I mean? They gonna run out. They don't got enough.
I got some cats that want to talk to y'all. There's some cats that have been asking about y'all in the back chat.
Yeah, we get it.
I mean, if they trying to talk, yeah. I mean,
they trying to debate and all that. They're trying to talk, debate, and everything. Catching the paradigm shift, the bar reloaded, all the cats.
I just caught a hat from one of them.
I know why. Cal just took a head the other day.
Smooth off the shoulders.
I mean, Cal killed that shit in the first round when he said the guy created light. So right off rip, what else can you do?
It's over.
You know what I'm saying? Where you going with that? Like, and the fact that the light can't escape a black hole. What are you really saying? Like,
the fact that there's something stronger than your God can filter your God.
Right. Now we got a problem.
We could talk about that in the back chat. I was gonna say because they want you guys in the back chat groups. I don't know how much time you guys have, but they want to
Yeah, a lot of them cats be wanting to lip wrestle though. But we like, look, we're gonna get to it. Let's just get to it. What I don't have time for is just to be sitting up talking with anybody in circles. Like shit, if we gonna get to it, let's get to it. Line up a topic, minutes and all that. Y'all already know how we coming. We really ain't even got to do no prelim. Y'all already know how the game comes.
And if you don't, that's your fault.
I be wanting to eliminate all the lip wrestling. Let's just get to it. Y'all already know what it is, and ain't nobody even out here.
I got 2 more debates already lined up over there on the Coliseum and Paradigm Shift with one more Naga, another easy win. He said all light is objective.
Easy money.
That's an easy win.
Maybe we should start our own debate league.
And
He don't even
then
know what objective means.
Look at this.
I
real
think y'all
quick,
should start. You should go ahead. Yeah.
Look at this real quick. Marduk, right? And we finally see who's the deity breathing down Cyrus's back. He got Luamung. He also go by the name of Marduk in history. All right, look at it. It says Maratu or Sumerian Amarutuke, calf of the sun, solar calf, Hebrew Merodach, is a god from ancient Mesopotamia and a patron deity. A patron deity of Babylon, who eventually rose to prominence in the first millennium BC. In Babylon, Marduk was worshipped in the temple of Sabu, Esagila. His symbol is the spade. And he's associated with Muhushu. By the first millennium BC, Marduk had become astrologically associated with the planet Jupiter. He was a prominent figure in Babylonian cosmology, especially in the Enuma Elish creation myth. Marduk, huh? Now look at this. Look what they say about good old Marduk. God of who? Creation. Good night, boy. Him right here. In the form and figure of a two-headed jackal. They all pump fake like they the creator, man. All the deities. All of them, bro. They all jump out there and claim they created.
Now, this is Marduk. He was praised by the Persians, correct?
Correct. Babylonian.
That's Xerxes in them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Cyrus.
Hey, send this show this for me, Mally Mal.
For sure.
Because if y'all really want to know what happened with that 300, with that battle of Thermopylae, right? It says, I will send millions of warring angels down to Xerxes. Who? The Persian king. At the same time, who on the throne in Babylon?
Baal, right?
Cyrus.
Cyrus.
Oh, yeah.
And to his kingdom, right? And remember, this is the middle kingdom. Cyrus is in the middle of what? He's in the middle of Hellas or Greece. You dig what I'm talking about? And Persia. You dig what I'm talking about? I will send millions of warring angels down to Xerxes, the Persian king, and to his kingdom, and they shall obsess every man, woman, and child to desperate madness against the Greeks. Huh? And the middle and western nations. I will send, what does it say? I will send Xerxes forth with the mightiest army that has ever been on earth, and they shall despoil all regions wherever they march. We see that happen, and it's noted throughout history that Xerxes had the largest army ever, and they underestimated because they only number it at the largest 3 million. It's actually 5. It's 5 million. For I will make Xerxes and all the Persians believe. Listen to this. I will make Xerxes and all the Persians believe they are doing these things for their own prosperity and glory, and for despoiling their own enemy. And after Xerxes has despoiled and conquered the earth regions, Baal and all other gods shall be driven away from the oracles and temples. Xerxes shall issue a decree abolishing all other gods but me, Ashtaroth. Now we see Marduk in Babylon, Ashtaroth, Marduk, aka Luamon Christ, in Babylon, right? Inspiring Cyrus. We see Xerxes being inspired by Ashtaroth. And who is being inspired by Baal, Uncle Baal? Huh? Your boy King Leonidas.
The Greeks, yeah.
Leonidas being inspired by Baal.
Dang, that's deep. So Babylon, Persia, and Greece had all warring false deities leading them.
Yep, a triangular war.
Cyrus was up under in Babylon, but was under the inspiration of Marduk. Your boy was up under your boy what's his name? Xerxes. Was up under Ashtaroth. And then Leonidas of the Greeks 300 was up under Baal, Uncle Baal, because Zeus is Baal, ain't he?
Yes. Zeus is Baal is the third iteration of Zeus and Jupiter. The third one. Because Anu was it first, and then Osiris took the title, and then Baal took the title.
Man, that shit crazy, bro. Man.
It's so imperative to know the character of the creator, man, because so many gods is perfect, man. And it's obvious.
Yeah, because they all they the father of the gods. So they the creator. They the God of creation. And all of them look like men that stank in the morning.
Because they were.
And this the dope part. Historically, they didn't tell you nothing about Darius. But before Cyrus get there, Darius does a deal with the Greeks. And then the Persian king before Xerxes tried to smash, he did smash him. He got down, but he left him living. Xerxes come back to finish it. They killed his father though. He died in that campaign. The name is slipping my mind. The father of Xerxes.
Anti-Xerxes, Xerxes. It wasn't. They were either Darius or
Artaxerxes. Yeah. And so it says, look at this. And when I am thus well anchored on earth, I will turn my legions against this new upstart God. The Trinity God, Luamon, aka the bearer of light, aka Christ. And I will, aka Marduk, and I will cast him into hell, from which he shall never escape. Now I gotta ask y'all, who y'all think won that? Because if I ask you, well, where is Ashtaroth today? You're gonna hit me with the Scooby Doo. I don't know, Raggy. But if I ask you where Christ is today, you're gonna say he right on the corner at the church.
Right.
You're at the right hand of God.
Right? So Ashtaroth concentrated her heavenly warriors into this great and desperate work, for she had been maturing her plans even before Xerxes came to the throne of Persia. And this is why I think it's Darius. Wait a minute, hold on. I don't want to speak out of turn. Hold on 1 second. I just asked the question real quick. Hold on. We got super. Who is the father of Xerxes? Darius. I was right. Okay, I didn't want to misspeak.
I said Darius. I said either Antar.
The daughter of Cyrus the Great. In Western history, Xerxes is best known for his invasion of Greece in.
Right? Now watch this. Now remember, it ended in Persian defeat, right? Who inspiring the Persians? Ashtaroth. So Ashtaroth concentrated her heavenly warriors into this great and desperate work. She had been maturing her plans before Xerxes came to the throne of Persia. And since in those days, the kings and rich men in all those countries consulted the spirits or the oracles called Pythians, right? Also called jinn in Arabic, right? In the Arabic tongue,
the flathead boys.
Yeah. In reference to all important undertakings. Now, a dope part about that is during the movie 300, they actually show this scene.
They do,
right?
with that girl,
Your boy Leonidas climbs to the
mountain.
top. Yup. He climbs to the top of the mountain. He gives a thing to the oracle, gives some money to the oracle. The oracle gives him a reading. Right? These oracles that he would have been talking to are called Pythian priestess. Right? For the most part, they're females. Right? But they always talked to him before they did any major business. You dig what I'm talking about? Wars or whatever. You dig what I'm saying? And the Pythian priestess. Okay, I see. Yeah.
You right?
And, they show that in the movie 300.
Yeah, when he climbed that mountain. Yeah, for sure.
Yup. He said, in reference to all important undertakings, it was not a difficult feat for Ashtaroth to obsess millions of Persians to carry out her project.
Wasn't even hard for her to do her thing, bro.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
Accordingly, Ashtaroth commanded her marshals to summon 2 billion angel warriors, men and women, for the work in hand. And when they came to Nyabisa, a heavenly kingdom to the north, over the earth mountains of Aflayaga, or the Caucasus Mountains, she had Matthias, her chief orator, prepare a speech on her behalf and have it declaimed before the angel warriors. Now, the crazy part is this speech, or an iteration of it, comes down to us through the Persian queen, who gets her city dominated, and you dig what I'm talking about. She loses control and all that. But before she goes into war, she's supposed to give this crazy oratory, and her name is Semiramis.
Wow, crazy.
Right? This is in the story of the Persians. And one of the dudes from Babylon, I think it's Cyrus. Goes into Persia and conquers the city. You dig what I'm talking about? So,
man, look, I be trying to tell y'all, you better get you in old Osby and get some understanding on deeper issues concerning history and even the war of the gods, because it's the gods that's breathing down the back of these mortals that you call great. Hire them to go to war and spill blood and take over countries and all that. You know what I mean? Even these great men in history that you love to proclaim. You feel me? So, man, when you get a chance, look, you really want to understand, because I know a lot of this is going over your head if you're not familiar with what we're talking about. But if you get you a chance, man, get you in OWASP and tap in with CGG, create a game. You dig? Because when it's coming to this higher level of light, man, I think it ain't too many people that's really out here willing to go ahead and say the things that you thinking, but you won't even whisper them. You dig? So get that so you can get some understanding. And then once you start digging into history and compiling and being critical in your undertaking, you're going to start seeing things like, whoa, I was right in the middle, you know what I mean, of this play dealing with these false ass gods, man. And I was quoted and devoted. You see? So if you really want to catch up, man, get you one of my Waspies and go to one of my brother's channels and hit that playlist
and catch up. You know what I mean? It ain't no excuse in this hour for you to be, you know what I mean, silly and feeble when it comes to your understanding. You got some more you gonna read on that, Cal? Cal, you got some more you gonna read on that? Cosmon, Cal, the class.
No, bro, I'm good, brother.
You good?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Dealing with the brothers, Nehemiah, Prince Cosmon, and Cosmon Cal. Y'all know it's always an excellent chop session dealing with the bros, man. I just need brothers to give me give me some lasting, important words so we can go ahead and keep this deal going, man. We've been cooking for about 4 hours. You know what I mean? And the points that was brought out are undeniable. And the majority of the time, you see where we at, y'all. Right in Bible. We get to Owaspi and the Gospel of the Nazarenes at the end. But for the most part, we was in Bible. So even if you don't want to deal with us on a higher level, it's still a problem dealing with Bible because these are the things that you won't be able to answer. You understand? Nehemiah, big homie, give me some important words to the family, brother. Let us know what's what. That brother's on. Nehemiah ain't on there. Prince Cosmon, give us some important words, my beloved brethren. Let's rock. Yeah, really. Yeah. What about Cal? Cosmon Kruger. Give me some important words, Aki. Let's get on the body heads.
1 second, bro.
You say what? What you say, Cal? Cal. I couldn't even hear you. Well, I can't hear you.
My bad, bro.
Go ahead, bro. Give us some important words, my brother.
Oh, you about to get up out of here?
About to get up out of here, man. It's been about 4 hours. I got another chop session I got to get to.
Yeah, man. You dig what I'm talking about? This is, it's another dope thing, man, that can be proven that it happened historically. I think that's what's dope about Owaspi. It show you the insides out what was happening behind the scenes, because we just see them warring continuously for about a 600-year period. It's just non-stop war, but ain't no reason behind it.
Yeah.
Now we finding this is reason behind it.
Man, bro, we can go right to it and point to it too.
Mm-hmm.
It all come full circle, man. You know what I mean? So, man, like I say, man, learn the character of Creator. Even learn the character of your opposition. Learn that so you can understand how to move and maneuver out here. Everything breathing down your back ain't a righteous inspiration. You got to know how to filter that. You know what I mean? And get through with that. And that way you won't be deceived. Those who rock with the Creator will not be deceived in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Because you know if it pop up looking like something and demanding worship and prayer, then guess what? That ain't the Creator. That ain't the Creator. That's a false god pump faking like it's your maker. Then it's important to know because you don't want your spirit or your soul bound as a slave when you cross over, man. Because that day is coming. You dig? So we might as well go ahead and clean up our mess right now. Just get to it. You dig? So once again, all praises to the ever-present Creator, the maker of suns, moons, and stars, the Creator, the God maker, that always was, is, and ever shall be, whose magnitude is incomprehensible and whose presence is everywhere. You dig? My brother Nehemiah, give us some last words, brother.
Hey, man, look, I had so much fun, boy. Look, and brought the band back, so look, I enjoy this, man. I enjoy, having, times to talk. I love the intellect of our young gods, man. It grows my heart, man. You know what I'm saying? To see bros elevate outside of the realm of spookism. You know what I'm saying? Ain't scared to articulate, learn, grow, and rise above the mundane mindset of it got to be this way on the highway, and you got to be scared to think any way else. You know what I'm saying? We should never be in a place where we scared to think. You know what I'm saying? You should not be scared to grow. You should not be scared to manifest. And like the young brother said earlier, man, I don't know if it was Lux or the young guy right here, Man, bro, when you think about the spiritual cowardice to not have accountability, and I was listening, and it hit me so hard when he said, bro, just the thought that something got to die for what you did. I think that took me by storm out of everything we talked about today. And it was right after, we talked about the Azelle, the scapegoat, you know what I'm talking about, everything, bro? When just the thought, and it capitalized the sin that you were already in, that you took some innocence of something else. And then I thought about the story when we had the conversation, and the other side tried to do it. They did that piss poor rebuttal about the man that came back. I don't go down the whole class. The man that came back and he had to kill his daughter, and we went through the whole class about what that type of sacrifice would mean, like how he would have to do that. How he would have to fillet her like that, bro. Could you imagine that you took away "Thou shalt not kill" off the table? If you saying that that's the highest, one of the top 10, right? Thou shalt not kill. But then you kill to atone. Bro, you just capitalized on the sin you already did. You murdered something. You're on mute. You're on mute, Malaki.
Yeah, I just was saying stacking sins, you know what I mean?
Yeah, bro, that is crazy. And I think we talked about a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? And I enjoyed everything. But I think that really hit me when I thought about, we really have been taught that we needed blood, bro.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
Yep. And
that
then you
something had to die.
Yeah.
Instead of the most honorable ways, listen, clean up what you messed up. You dropped it, you clean it.
Flat
you
out.
broke it, you fix it. And even more honorable, help somebody else fix it. But go kill something? Or believe something got to die for you to live? And like you said, look, no blood can pierce the consciousness. Oh, when y'all read that, boy, I said, boy, that was cold. You know, be certain of things that get my spirit like, ayah!
Hey, I tell you, man, that light get the bombing, boy. I tell you. And then look, it's all shooters on deck. Like everybody up here bomb that light. Everybody. So bro, it's like, look, we always ready, man. Like it ain't.
And I know, but bro, I still be getting hit. Boy, pow, boy, boy, little chakras be lighting up my back. Bing, 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 ding, 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 ding. Hey, boy, hey, I love it, bro. That's all. Hey, look, it's a beautiful walk.
Hey, Nehemiah, let me ask you something. So
talk to me.
What did you hear today that was evil, or blood curdling, or like we watered down the crater and put a jacket on? What did you hear today?
The goddamn fallen angel. The Day of Atonement is a day of a fallen angel.
It's a ritual to a fallen angel named Azelle.
Hold on. Suit coat is the Molech and Shield.
My thing is, it's from the biblical God. That didn't come out of OWASP.
That's what I'm
saying.
Talk
to me, Cal. Talk to me.
It's all Bible.
That ain't us bad mouthing your God.
Yeah, 99% of the class today was out of Bible.
Yeah.
We just slowed down and critically examined. I think the first time we went out of Bible was when young Prince, false God killer, when he was like, hey, Mally, pull up the Holy 12, Gospel of the Nazarenes real quick. Go to chapter 33 real quick, bro. Remember, Yahshua said, the blood of an animal, beast, bird, or man can never take away sin.
It just compounds it.
It just compounds. And then from there, Cal pulled OWASP out. But even before then, we pulled out OWASP when we were talking about the difference between the Jehovah, the Bible, and the Creator.
And look, that was a righteous question, though.
He was in Bible.
Yeah.
That was a righteous question, though.
Yeah.
That was a question.
Yeah.
And that was well answered.
And he understood it.
Yeah, we ain't, and look, Kenny D, we ain't gotta throw in your rancher, It ain't no different than Bible. You dig what I'm talking about? As a matter of fact, it didn't hijack Bible whole story and then just try to put a galactic spin on it that it don't even explain.
Yeah, that's
you might as well
barking up the wrong tree. Like we already swam through all that. We already know.
Even Cobras almost sound good. It almost sound good till you really start listening to what it's saying.
Nehemiah, what you were saying?
No. I try to, because I won't care to always, because I know Cal responding, so I don't want to overtalk my brother. So when I hear him speak, I shut down, so he can get his thought out, because I know he responded. But what I'm saying is, bro, when you hear something like Abraham being called to kill his son, right? But then when you do open your eyes, you hear the story about Abraham, and then when he was called to kill his son, he tried the spirit. Which one make more sense?
The story,
because the Bible says try the spirit too, don't it?
Sure do.
I ain't killing nothing.
And bro, ain't like we ain't got a compilation of Hebrews that straight say I'll off my kids.
Oh man, I'm about to play that before we get out of here. I'm glad you said something.
Y'all, bro, do me a favor. Run that one off my channel I sent you, bro. That one about the lady that's like 5 minutes. You ain't gotta run the whole. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
when she spoke up for you on the show.
When old girl was talking about, I'm cool.
As if you want to, you ain't got to.
I ain't really, now me, I ain't looking for no attention from none of that shit.
It's cool. It's cool.
I wouldn't change it.
That was for you anyway. When I found that out, my channel came back online this week, I said, boy, look at this here. That was for you, and I love the fact that she spoke up, though. You know what I'm talking about? And here it is.
Straight up salute to the sister Amina out of Minnesota.
Yeah, 7 years later.
She
but man, and then to see, and like Cal always say, bro, look, it's just to make you think. You know what I'm saying? Why did the prophets and the priests not get along? One is the officiant of the office of God, so says the biblical narrative, and one is the mouthpiece of God, according to the biblical narrative, and all up to the time of the Messiah. You are the people that killed the prophets. So somebody ain't working for the Creator. One says this happened. Y'all heard his voice, and all this stuff, and then the Messiah said, none of y'all heard his voice or seen his face. You catch what I'm saying? And remember, I was talking about this the other day. One thing for sure for you diehard Bible believers, which I ain't taking that away from you, but you definitely are diehard, controversial, and contradicting, if you're honest with yourself. And that's a bad place to be. I'm not even trying to hiccup this thing no more. It's light or bust. It's light or nothing, bro. It's easy. Let your righteousness walk with you, behind you, and in front of you, and all around you. That's it.
Oh, wait.
Let righteousness walk before you, behind you, and all around you. That's it. Go ahead, Cal. It's on you, baby.
Now it's on young Prince Cosmon. Young Prince, give us some last words, huh? If he's still
False
on
God
it.
Killer, you go on deck.
Shit, he probably ain't on his phone. Be tripping. Here, y'all, we gonna ride on out to the evidence that the false gods are breathing down the backs of the Israelite nation. Whether you saying Baal, Marduk, Yahweh, or whatever you saying, the proof is in the fruit that the seed produces. Watch this.
Man, look at them pretty babies.
Question for Ease. Would you kill your child, your son, if your God told you to?
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God. To go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a 4-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew, and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him.
If God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany. God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if your God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, it's a yes. It's a yes. But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You'd be willing to go through with it?
I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
Leader Yahweh Ben Yahweh, the self-proclaimed Son of God, one day in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's takeover in an Opalaka apartment building. 2 residents who were ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me? If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Oh, Judah, no.
Damn.
Judah didn't mean that, y'all.
If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. By faith, yes.
By faith, yes.
But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, towards their parents, they was to be taken down and stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow.
The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off your loved ones. Would you do it, brother?
If I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do, would you do it?
They're out of here. They're out of here. They're out of here.